Chapter 192. The two Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivators were knocked back and severely injured. The first one, the burly man in long robes, was already pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, his body suddenly stopped, his eyes looking at Du Xiaofu with fear and shock. The scene of that valiant smashing of heads was too hair-raising. For some reason, they felt fear in their hearts, and did not dare to approach. As the saying went, the wicked feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared the reckless. That purple-robed youth was both reckless and reckless at this moment. The other Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator who was severely injured also had a look of shock in his eyes. Then, he went to the side of the burly man in long robes. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes twitching with hesitation, as if they did not want to go any closer to that fierce purple-robed youth. Bastard! A Pulse Spirit Realm Mystery Realm cultivator was directly smacked to death in front of everyone. The eyes of the Black Fiend youth trembled, and the expressions of the 50-year-old man and the brown-haired old man instantly changed. All of you back off! The 50-year-old man finally could not hold it in any longer. His face was terrifyingly cold. With a loud roar, he stomped his foot on the ground, and a monstrous aura erupted, suddenly pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Back off! The two Pulse Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivators immediately began to retreat as if they had been pardoned. They had long been stunned, and did not want to fight against that purple-robed youth at all. Whoosh! Energy whistled and moved. Du Xiaofu's hand seals were already forming quietly. Waves of strange energy began to fluctuate, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth around him. Traces of white divine light also began to spread out from the faint golden light around him. Du Xiaofu had already activated his killing intent. Only by killing a path of blood could he escape. Only by killing more powerful people could he truly hurt the Black Fiend sect. Stay! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's face looked ferocious. The energy around his body suddenly gathered as his hand seals changed, turning into one array flag after another. There were a total of 12 array flags, all of which emitted a shocking fluctuation. Just as the 12 formation flags were condensed, all the energy in Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have been poured into the 12 formation flags, causing his face to turn ghastly pale. 12 formation flags, a perfect talisman formation at the level of 3 stars. Retreat quickly! That kid is a talisman formation master! At this moment, the brown-haired old man's expression changed, and a faint black energy fluctuation appeared. With a loud shout, he could no longer stand by and watch. Following the black-clothed old man, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Void Illusion Formation! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and 12 formation flags immediately flew into the air in front of him, directly locking down the space around the two Nirvana Realm cultivators of the Pulse Spirit Realm. Whoosh, whoosh! The 12 formation flags enveloped the two Nirvana Realm cultivators of the Pulse Spirit Realm, who were about to retreat, with lightning speed and trajectory. The Void Illusory Matrix was a type of illusory matrix that Du Xiaofu had learned from his elder brother, Jinqi-chan. He himself had once been trapped in this illusory matrix for an entire day. Only after breaking the illusory matrix runes did he manage to break free. The Void Illusion Formation could make people lose their souls. The 12 formation flags represented a perfect talisman formation at the level of 3 stars. In the talisman formation, a star layer was divided into 4 formation flags. However, to set up a talisman formation, one had to be at least a 2-star talisman formation master. A 1-star talisman formation master did not have the ability to set up any talisman formation. Among the talisman formation masters, generally speaking, even a 4-star talisman formation master who had just ascended might not be able to set up a perfect talisman formation at the level of 3 stars. Talisman formation masters of the same level might not be able to set up a talisman formation at the same level. For example, back in the Stone City, the 4-star talisman formation master who had just ascended was able to set up a terrifying 4-star talisman formation master that could cover the sky and cover the earth. He was definitely considered extremely talented among the talisman formation masters. However, Du Xiaofu was now a 3-star talisman formation master. Logically speaking, setting up a 3-star talisman formation master with 10 formation flags would already be extremely powerful. However, Du Xiaofu was setting up a perfect 3-star talisman formation with 12 formation flags. Compared to the talisman formation set up by the 4-star talisman formation master in the Stone City, it was only a small level away. Rumble! When the 12 formation flags finally disappeared into the mouth, the air in the surrounding forest suddenly fluctuated violently. Suddenly, the space became chaotic. Runes spread in the air, mobilizing the energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Then, a powerful talisman formation appeared. The appearance of the talisman formation caused the surrounding forest to surge. The terrifying talisman formation covered a large area, its might causing one's heart to tremble. The surroundings of the talisman formation caused the space to become chaotic. Waves of strange energy caused one's eyes to become dazzled, and their souls to tremble in pain. Unknowingly, many of the surrounding Black Fiend sect's disciples had lifeless gazes and turbid gazes for no reason. An illusory formation was not an offensive talisman formation. However, illusory formations had a unique advantage. Compared to offensive talisman formations, illusory formations were absolutely terrifying. There were countless types of illusory formations, but they all had one thing in common. Once someone was trapped in an illusory formation, if they were unable to break the formation, they would be trapped to death and would never be able to escape. A powerful illusory formation could even cause people to fall into an illusory realm. It could even cause people to kill each other and kill themselves. It was said that 1,000 years ago, there was once a powerful talisman formation master who set up a monstrous illusory formation. It caused an empire's army of millions to be trapped within. In the end, they killed each other. How terrifying was this? Tsk tisk! The brown-haired old man and the black-clothed old man pounced in front of Du Xiaofu at almost the same time. However, they were a step too late. The illusory formation had already been set up. The two of them had no choice but to forcefully retreat a little. Quickly break the formation by force. Attack with all your might. The brown-haired old man quickly glanced at the black-clothed old man. Both of their gazes were similarly gloomy and ugly. Then, they began to attack with all their might. Both of them had terrifying profound chi fluctuations. After which, they condensed a shocking attack power and blasted towards the illusory formation set up by Du Xiaofu. Rumble! The attacks of a perfect 4-star talisman formation master and a perfect pulse spirit stage cultivator caused the surrounding area to surge and a terrifying power to spread out. The two experts attacked. The violent energy was like the most terrifying tornado that swept through the world. Then, it suddenly swept towards the illusory formation set up by Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out. Generally speaking, a 4-star talisman formation master was enough to make it difficult for a pulse spirit stage nirvana realm cultivator to deal with. Even a perfect pulse spirit stage cultivator would definitely have a headache. As for the large talisman formation set up by Du Xiaofu at this moment, although it was only at the perfect 3-star level, it was not easy to break the formation by force. Oh no, that purple-robed young man is also a talisman formation master. Quickly break the formation by force! As the long-clothed burly man and the two pulse spirit stage nirvana realm cultivators were trapped in the talisman formation, their faces instantly turned pale. They had never thought that the purple-robed young man was actually a talisman formation master. Moreover, he was the most terrifying talisman formation master. However, when the two of them shouted, all kinds of strange energy within the illusory formation had already wrapped around the two of them. For some reason, the xian qi on the two of them started to become chaotic. Their eyes also started to become dull. Their turbid eyes started to flicker as if they were immersed in some kind of illusion. However, their pupils kept flickering as if they were resisting the illusory formation at the same time. To resist the illusory formation, the most important thing was to have a strong will and mental strength. At this moment, these two pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivators had already revealed fear and shock towards Du Xiaofu from the beginning. At this moment, their will and mental strength were immediately destroyed and affected by the illusory formation. Otherwise, with the strength of these two pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivators, it would not be so easy for them to be directly affected by the illusory formation. Within the illusory formation, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Without any obstruction, he directly appeared in front of the first pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivator who had already been severely injured. Taking advantage of the fact that his eyes were dull and affected by the illusory formation, he waved his purple sleeve. A powerful faint golden xianqi surged. Clenching his 5 fingers tightly, he directly punched the temple of his head. Bang! With a muffled sound of energy, the violent energy tilted. Golden light shone, and the head of the pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivator directly caved in. Then, his skull exploded, and blood spurted out. Whoosh! Just as the body of the pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivator was sent flying, Du Xiaofu's figure did not stop at all. He directly appeared in front of the burly man in long robes. Bang! Amidst the former's flickering turbid eyes and chaotic profound energy fluctuations, Du Xiaofu imitated the former's actions. His fist was wrapped in a faint golden glow of profound energy, and it suddenly smashed fiercely onto the former's temple. Whoosh! Suddenly, the illusory formation began to shake. A terrifying energy fluctuated. Immediately after, this terrifying illusory formation directly exploded under the joint attack of the brown-haired old man and the 50 black-robed old men. Rumble! Shocking energy swept across the sky. Accompanied by the shattering of many runes, a large amount of energy spread out. Pfft! The illusory formation shattered. Du Xiaofu was absolutely affected. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was an absolute sneer on his face. At this moment, this sneer was tainted by the faint golden blood at the corner of his mouth. It looked cruel and ferocious, like the most ferocious beast. The energy dissipated, and the surrounding space became clear again. In the eyes of all the Black Fiend sect disciples, they saw 2 more corpses. The heads of the 2 pulse spirit stage Nirvana realm cultivators were blown apart. They died in a tragic and bloody manner. Chapter 193. Huff! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, while the eyes of the black-clothed youth twitched and trembled in horror. Little bastard, I will tear you apart today! The 50 black-clothed elder roared. He could only watch helplessly as 3 pulse spirit stage cultivators were killed in a matter of moments. He had no time to help at all. The fury in his heart reached its peak, as a baleful aura surged. His figure transformed into a blurry black shadow as he charged forward like a ghost. A runic palm imprint wrapped in dazzling runic light mercilessly shot towards Du Xiaofu's chest. In this moment of panic, Du Xiaofu had no other choice. He waved his hand, as golden runes wrapped around his hand, before he met the black-clothed elder's palm imprint head-on. Bang! As the palm imprint made contact, Du Xiaofu's body was directly sent flying. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to fight against a perfect pulse spirit stage cultivator. Now that he had exhausted all his strength, the result was even more obvious. He was completely powerless to fight back. Pfft! As Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth. His body smashed into a towering tree that had already snapped at the waist, completely shattering the trunk. The ground cracked, sand and pebbles flew, as a rumbling sound resounded endlessly in the dense forest. Elder Qi, don't kill that kid! We still need to find out the whereabouts of the treasure. As the brown-haired elder's voice faded, he immediately stomped his foot, as his body shot forward. The runes in his hand flashed and intertwined, as if forming a gigantic strange runic net. In an instant, it enveloped Du Xiaofu's head, who had yet to crawl up from the ground. Whoosh! The runes, accompanied by the energy of the world, seemed to be able to imprison one's soul and distort space. Then, they landed on Du Xiaofu's body. The terrifying power of the runic net faintly distorted the space around Du Xiaofu, as if a fishing net had landed on Du Xiaofu's body, binding and distorting it. Walala! Du Xiaofu struggled to stand up, but the glowing rune net was still tightly wrapped around him. He waved his hand to tear it, but he was unable to tear the runes apart. No matter how hard Du Xiaofu struggled, he was unable to break free. The runic light net was getting tighter and tighter. Kiki, you won't be able to escape. You killed my black fiend sex people. When the time comes, I'll grind your bones to dust. The brown-haired old man sneered. Under his control, it was impossible for that brat to escape. He walked towards Du Xiaofu step by step, his eyes filled with coldness. Little bastard, I'll deal with you later. I'll make you beg for death. The black-clothed young man and the black-clothed old man revealed a cold smile in their gloomy eyes. In their hearts, it was already impossible for the purple-robed young man to escape. Although the district elder wasn't the strongest in the entire Black Fiend sect, as a perfect 4-star soul talisman master, he was qualified to take the position of the third elder in the Black Fiend sect. It could be said that in the Black Fiend sect, he was in existence second only to the sect master. Even in the entire Black Fiend sect, the district elder's reputation as a perfect 4-star soul talisman master was illustrious. Not to mention, the district elder was also an alchemy talisman master among soul talisman masters. Many experts came to the district elder's hands to ask for a pill, but were unable to obtain one. This also caused the Black Fiend sect's status to rise among the various major forces in the Dark Forest. At this moment, the purple-robed young man was bound by the district elder. What was there to worry about? He was already in the bag, like catching a turtle in a jar. Suddenly, the brown-haired old man walked towards Du Xiaofu. His eyes suddenly trembled, as if he suddenly felt something. Walala! After struggling to no avail, dazzling talisman patterns suddenly flashed behind Du Xiaofu, who was bound by the talisman light net. A sudden burst of domineering aura shook the talisman light net, which was on the verge of collapsing. Then, an illusory image formed by the convergence of 5 mountain peaks spread out. Buzz buzz! The illusory image of the 5 mountain peaks was born behind Du Xiaofu. It evolved as if it was given life. Its sound was like the sound of wind and thunder, and dense spiritual energy spread out. It communicated with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out. Break for me! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. The illusory images of the 5 mountain peaks behind him directly expanded as if they were real. The pressure rolled out, and the aura reached a long rainbow as multicolored light exploded. Crack, crack! Accompanied by the sound of energy explosion, the talisman patterns that filled the sky flickered and shuttled back and forth. Although the talisman light net was powerful, after a short stalemate, it was directly broken by the illusory mountain peaks. The terrifying aura fluctuation made it difficult for everyone in the sky to breathe, and the profound energy in their bodies was blocked. Go! The talisman light net was broken by the illusory mountain peaks. Du Xiaofu's mouth overflowed with blood, but he clenched his teeth and continued to stride forward. Changing his hand seals, he threw himself at the brown-haired old man in front of him. At this moment, the brown-haired old man seemed to feel some kind of uneasiness and fear. His gaze trembled. Vain spirit, mountain vain spirit! How could this kid have such a vain spirit? Could it be? Rumble! The illusory mountain peaks seemed to fall from the sky, as if 5 real mountains were falling down. The talisman patterns rushed to the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder, and finally enveloped the black-haired old man. Spiritual stove symbol cauldron! The brown-haired old man recovered from his shock, and his hand seals changed rapidly. As a spiritual symbol master, he didn't have a vain spirit. However, as a spiritual symbol master, he had his own methods. Any spiritual stove symbol cauldron of a spiritual symbol master was a trump card, and was not inferior to a cultivator's vain spirit. However, in case the spiritual stove symbol cauldron of a spiritual symbol master was damaged, the consequences would be a lot more serious than a cultivator's vain spirit. Therefore, spiritual symbol masters would absolutely not use their spiritual stove symbol cauldron lightly. Bang! When the last hand seal was condensed, the brown-haired old man's body shook. The mysterious talisman patterns on the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in his body seemed to be able to change endlessly. Accompanied by a blazing aura, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out like a storm. Walala! Inside the spiritual furnace, blazing flames were leaping, and the mysterious runes were boundless. It was indescribably mysterious and unfathomable. Afterwards, it soared into the sky, circling around endlessly to block Du Xiaofu's vain spirit mountain. The mysterious runes were blooming in the sky, the two sides were in a deadlock, and the surrounding energy storm spread out in all directions. The airflow was like a stormy sea. The brown-haired old man's spiritual stove symbol cauldron was clearly stronger than Du Xiaofu's mountain vein spirit in terms of cultivation level. But in terms of the mountain vein spirit and the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, the mountain vein spirit's tyrannical suppression was clearly stronger than the former's spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Ka! After a short pause, the mysterious talisman patterns on the mountain vein spirit erupted, and its might surged, as if it could crush and suppress all living things in the world. Rumble! The brown-haired old man's spiritual stove symbol cauldron was directly crushed by the mountain vein spirit's suppression, turning into a large expanse of talisman patterns. Walala! But at this time, Du Xiaofu didn't have the strength to continue, and the mountain vein spirit dissipated, turning back into talisman patterns, dispiritedly returning to his body. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body forcibly rushed out. At this time, he didn't have any more profound energy left, and could only rely on his physical strength. His body was like a humanoid monster, and at the time the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in the hands of the brown-haired old man, his body fiercely pounced. Not good! The brown-haired old man's expression changed, and his body immediately retreated. Little bastard, can you still overturn the heavens? The black-clad old man's figure was shocked, and rapidly rushed to Du Xiaofu's back. A palm print immediately shot towards Du Xiaofu's back, overflowing with killing intent. Du Xiaofu sensed the attack coming from behind. If he didn't dodge, he would be hit directly. The consequences of an attack from a cultivator at the peak of the spiritual pulse realm would be severe. If he dodged, he would have no choice but to give up the advantage he might have gained from the brown-haired old man. In the end, Du Xiaofu didn't choose to dodge, and besides, he might not even be able to dodge. Bang! Everything happened in an instant, as fast as lightning. The black-clad old man's palm bombarded Du Xiaofu's back, directly smashing apart the thin, profound energy defense on Du Xiaofu's back, and sending Du Xiaofu's body flying. Qi! Just as his body flew forward, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, but the corner of his mouth began to reveal a cruel smile. At this moment, he suddenly accelerated, and then pounced on the brown-haired old man who had just retreated explosively. The pale golden blood in his mouth even sprayed onto the brown-haired old man's face. Bang bang! A muffled sound of collision resounded. Du Xiaofu's back suffered a heavy blow, but he used the momentum to fiercely smash into the brown-haired old man's body. The brown-haired old man spat out another mouthful of blood from the impact. Then, the two of them were sent flying a few meters at the same time, and fell into a mess on the ground. Swish! At the same time Du Xiaofu's body fell, he forcibly took a breath, and his body took advantage of the momentum to roll. He was already mentally prepared, and as if mounting a horse, he immediately pressed down on the brown-haired old man's body. Immediately, his fists were like a torrential rain, continuously landing on the brown-haired old man's chest. One fist after another fell on the former's chest. As a spirit symbol master, the brown-haired old man's body naturally couldn't compare to a cultivator's. Moreover, this brown-haired old man's spirit furnace symbol cauldron had been crushed by Du Xiaofu's vain spirit mountain peak, and had already suffered heavy injuries. Bang bang bang! At this moment, although Du Xiaofu had no strength left, his ferocious strength and pure physical strength were definitely not to be underestimated. His fists rained down like a storm, only to hear ping 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 sounds coming from the chest of the brown-haired old man. Puchi! Blood spurted out of the brown-haired old man's mouth like a fountain. It seemed that his blood was already mixed with his shattered internal organs. At this moment, he had already been thoroughly defeated. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Brothers, we have already been repeatedly beaten by great God Sesame Cake on the fresh flower list. The fresh flower list is in danger. Brothers, please support us. Chapter 194. Poochie! Blood spurted out of the brown-haired old man's mouth like a fountain, the crimson blood seemingly mixed with his shattered internal organs. All of his defenses had been completely destroyed by Du Xiaofu in an instant, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Poochie! Blood continued to flow out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The blood directly sprayed onto the face and body of the brown-haired old man he was riding on. However, his fists did not stop. A dozen punches landed on the old man's chest. At this time, Du Xiaofu was also seriously injured. Although his physical strength was extremely strong, he had just taken a palm strike from the black-clothed old man, who was at the great circle of the pulse spirit stage. Coupled with his original injuries, it was impossible for him to hold on any longer. Du Xiaofu had not fallen yet. He was only gritting his teeth and forcefully enduring. At this critical juncture of life and death, it was as if he had stimulated the last bit of potential in his body. Everyone present was shocked. No one had expected that the purple-robed youth would still be so fierce and cruel, even though he was clearly seriously injured. That purple-robed youth was as fierce as a tiger on the verge of death, his final blow ferocious and berserk. Cruel like a venomous snake, like a wild wolf, but also cruel and vicious. The purple-robed youth, at this time, did not care about his own life, just wanted to find a scapegoat. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Everyone was afraid of meeting this kind of person. "Let go of the elder, kid, you're courting death!" The black-clothed old man roared, his face ferocious, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. His figure swept out like a hurricane, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stood up, his weak and dispirited body quickly rising to his feet. A claw print latched onto the black-haired old man's throat, lifting the half-dead brown-haired old man in front of him. "If you dare come up, he'll be buried with me!" A cold and sharp voice rang out. Du Xiaofu's gaze was sharp and intimidating, suffused with a blood-red hue. The curve of his lips made one's heart tremble. At this moment, if he exerted a little force in his claw, the black-haired old man's neck would be broken. Du Xiaofu had long planned to capture the brown-haired old man. Although Du Xiaofu had been fighting with his life on the line, he was not truly fighting with his life on the line. Du Xiaofu hadn't seen his mother and sisters since he could remember. Until the last moment, how could he really risk his life? His own life was definitely more precious than the lives of all the people in the Black Killing sect. Therefore, Du Xiaofu would not give up no matter what. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to capture the black-clothed youth. With the black-clothed youth's status, as long as he could capture him, he would be able to escape. However, the black-clothed youth didn't dare to approach. Du Xiaofu simply couldn't make a move. Therefore, he had to settle for the next best thing, which was this perfect 4-star spirit symbol master. Just now, Du Xiaofu had punched him in the chest, not because he wanted to vent his anger, but because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control a perfect 4-star spirit symbol master. Therefore, he might as well cripple him first. Then, it would be easier to restrain him. Otherwise, with his current exhausted state, it would be impossible for him to restrain a perfect 4-star spirit talisman master. The black-clothed old man's figure stopped abruptly. He coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. His eyes twitched, and he said sternly, "Boy, you dare to threaten me. I will make you beg for death. You are also threatening me." Du Xiaofu sneered. His smile made people's hair stand on end. His left hand directly fell on the black-clothed old man's long brown hair, and he fiercely pulled it. "Ah!" The half-dead brown-haired old man suddenly screamed and wailed. On his head, a large amount of brown hair was pulled off by Du Xiaofu's brute force. Immediately, the top of his head was dripping with blood. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. Bastard, I will make you beg for death! The black-clothed old man raised his head and roared. At this time, if he could kill someone in a fit of rage, he would be able to kill Du Xiaofu 10 times. Elder, that old bastard is still threatening me. It seems that he deliberately wants to provoke me to kill you. I guess that he wants you to die more than I do. Du Xiaofu sneered and said loudly to the brown-haired old man who was caught in the claw print. At the same time, his left hand fell on the brown-haired old man's left arm, and directly rotated at 360 degrees. Then, he pulled with brute force. Suddenly, there was the sound of bones breaking. Chi-la-la! Then, the brown-haired old man's entire left arm was pulled off by Du Xiaofu again with brute force. Blood flowed out, cruel and bloody. Ah! The brown-haired old man screamed and wailed again. It was mournful and frightening, and the wailing sound made people's hair stand on end. Changtu, did you do it on purpose? You, get out of my way! The brown-haired old man also cried out in a dark and stern voice amidst the miserable screams. However, Du Xiaofu was tightly gripping his throat, causing him to be unable to speak clearly. His eyes were bright red as he stared at the black-clothed old man with vicious resentment. It seemed that the degree of hatred he had for the black-clothed old man was not much less than the hatred he had for Du Xiaofu. Elder Qi, step back. We can't let anything happen to the elder. The black-clothed young man, who had been shocked by the series of changes, came to his senses. When he saw the elder being held hostage, and heard the elder's wailing, he immediately said to the black-clothed old man. The elder had a very high status in the sect. Even his father had to treat him with respect. Naturally, nothing could happen to him. Little bastard, I, Changtu, swear that I will not let you go! The black-clothed old man shouted. Although the elder and he were both elders of the Black Devil sect, they were almost at the same cultivation level. However, the elder was a spiritual talisman master and the third elder of the Black Devil sect. No matter his status in the sect or outside, he was higher than others. Being scolded, he didn't dare to refute. In the end, he could only transfer his anger to Du Xiaofu. Step back, everyone, step back. Don't chase after me, or I'll kill him. Du Xiaofu naturally didn't care about the black-clothed old man. Holding the brown-haired old man in the claw print, he began to slowly step back. All the disciples of the Black Devil sect were dumbfounded. The black-clothed young man and the black-clothed old man's eyes twitched. They watched the purple-robed young man slowly step back. However, with the hostage in his hand, they didn't dare to approach for fear that the elder would suffer more. Step by step, Du Xiaofu stepped back. Although he couldn't muster up any more strength, he still clenched his teeth and held on. Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that if he didn't leave today, he wouldn't be able to leave. No matter what, he had to leave this place first. Those who touch my Black Devil sect will not have a good ending. Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded in the air. At the same time, Du Xiaofu seemed to have felt something. His pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! A blazing energy pierced through the air and suddenly hit Du Xiaofu's back. Qi! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered forward and no longer had any strength. The brown-haired old man also weakly released the claw print and his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chi-la-la! In the dense forest, a fluctuation appeared out of nowhere. Following which, a figure silently and slowly descended from the air. The newcomer looked to be in his 60s and was dressed in plain robes. When his body landed on the ground, he looked like a stiff statue. However, his face was red and the veins on his temples swelled up like beans. With the appearance of this old man, everyone present was affected. For no reason, their expressions turned solemn. It was like molten steel suddenly falling into cold water. In an instant, even the air had solidified. Within the space, there was also a blazing aura that spread out. Greetings to the second elder. Each of the Black Devil sect's disciples had a solemn expression on their faces as they respectfully bowed. Even the black-clothed young man and the black-clothed old man's gazes became respectful. However, their eyes soon revealed joy. Du Xiaofu fell to the ground. His gaze was still able to look at the old man who had appeared. However, at this moment, it was difficult for him to muster any strength in his body. "You have to pay an absolute price for touching my black devil sex people." An indifferent voice came out of his mouth. Following which, the old man slightly raised his hand and directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His hand directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu's shoulder like an eagle catching a chick. Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood. His entire body's aura was weak as he stared at the other party's hand. His pupils contracted, but he was powerless to do anything. At the same time, the invisible and terrifying aura on this person's body had already solidified the space. Just as Du Xiaofu was showing signs of despair, suddenly, an indifferent voice came out. "If the Black Devil sect has touched him, then so be it. It's no big deal. Leave this person to me. He has nothing to do with you." As the voice came out, the old man's face rapidly changed, as if he had sensed something at this moment. Immediately he softly shouted, "Which scoundrel is hiding his head and tail? Get out here for this hoe!" As the shout sounded out, the old man's face was gloomy and cold. A layer of materialized flames appeared on his palm. There were runes flashing on it, and a blazing aura that covered the sky and earth was suddenly released. A palm instantly slammed towards the left side of the sky. "A mere martial marquis does not have the qualifications to clamor in front of me. Let Shui Tianqiu do it instead." His voice was still indifferent. Then, a rune energy pillar broke through the air. In front of the rune energy light, the space was directly distorted like a fried dough twist. The energy in this area also violently trembled and directly collided with the former's palm. Bang! When the two collided, a terrifying force swept out in an instant. It was as though space itself was about to be shattered. After which, a frightening energy ripple rippled outwards. A large number of towering trees were directly snapped at their wastes as they were swept out. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground was densely covered with cracks. The surrounding Black Devil sect disciples retreated in panic. Humph! The white-robed old man from the Black Devil sect suddenly staggered back dozens of meters. A muffled groan came from his throat as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 195. The second elder was injured in one move. The intruder is so strong! What terrifying strength! The second elder is a martial lord, but he still can't fight back. Oh no, oh no! Amidst the terrifying energy fluctuation, the white-robed old man immediately waved his long sleeve forward. Waves of blazing energy swept out and dispersed the surrounding energy fluctuation. However, at this moment, the place where the purple-robed young man had been was already empty. The purple-robed young man had disappeared at some unknown time. Not a single trace of him was left behind. Second elder, where is that little bastard? The black-robed youth and the black-robed elder were the first to run over. Looking at the place where the purple-robed youth had disappeared, they were stunned. He has been taken away. The intruder's strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid even the great elder can't do anything about it. He is also a spiritual talisman master. The white-robed elder's face was gloomy and twitching. He did not even see the intruder's face, but the person had been rescued by him. This was no doubt a slap to his face. Second elder, what should we do now? That kid has something to do with the treasure, the black-robed youth said anxiously. He had never thought that there would be such a big scene today. In the end, even the second elder had suddenly rushed over, but the kid had still escaped. The Mu family fort and other forces are already suspecting that we have that item. They are already searching around. The sect leader is at the final stage of his seclusion, and the great elder is also looking at that place. So, he was worried and asked me to come take a look. I didn't expect that such a strong person would appear. The white-robed elder's face was solemn. The other party had not shown up, but he could injure him in one move. That kind of strength was terrifying. He thought of all the spiritual talisman masters in the entire dark forest, but he could not think of a suitable spiritual talisman master with such strength. Could it be the Mu family fort? The black-robed elder was full of hatred. He did not expect the cooked duck to fly away. This time, the Black Fury sect had suffered heavy losses. He could not wait to skin the purple-robed youth, but in the end, the purple-robed youth had disappeared again. The white-robed elder's eyes flickered with coldness as he said, "The Move family fort doesn't have such a talisman, master, and the other forces probably don't have one either. Bring the district elder to recuperate first, and the rest of you continue to search. The sect leader is about to come out of seclusion. If we don't return at that time, the sect leader will naturally rush over. No matter who that person is, in the dark forest, no one can snatch someone from our Black Fiend sect. Sooner or later, he won't be able to escape." In the continuous mountain range, the sun was surrounded by thin clouds, emitting a faint, dazzling white light. The majestic mountains in the distance were covered in a golden coat under the sunlight, looking exceptionally beautiful. The light from the leaves shone through the dense foliage into the forest. After being filtered by the layers of leaves, the light became specks of golden light, gently swaying with a faint golden halo. Du Xiaofu was wrapped in a ball of light, and the air around him whistled. About an hour later, the ball of light around him disappeared, and his body fell to the ground. After landing, he raised his head and looked around. He did not know which part of the forest he was in. "I don't know which senior saved me, but I can't thank you enough." Du Xiaofu struggled a few times on the ground before he managed to stand up by leaning against a big tree. Fortunately, he had just rested and recovered for an hour in the ball of light. Otherwise, he would not even have the strength to speak now. Listening to the voice at the beginning, Du Xiaofu seemed to have a vague sense of déjà vu. "Hee, I didn't expect to get a treasure. Your whole body is full of treasures. You have the demon stone and the demon vein soul, and you seem to have the aura of the golden winged rock. If I'm not wrong, you must have a treasure from the golden winged rock clan. Even the blood you spit out is extraordinary." After a series of words, the space fluctuated a little, and then a figure in a gray robe appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu from head to toe, and then there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. He whispered to himself, "This trip was really worth it. Your whole body is full of treasures, and it's worth studying. I saved your life, and then I killed you again. At least I didn't break the rules. It's you, Medicine King." Du Xiaofu's gaze was tightly fixed on the gray-robed figure in front of him. This person was none other than the shopkeeper of Dark Forest Town's medicine hut. He was also the person called Medicine King by the North Vanquishing Prince. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at his prey. He completely ignored Du Xiaofu, and instead continued to mumble to himself in astonishment. He softly muttered, "Martial cultivation and soul symbol master at the same time, and he's also a symbol master. The strength of his physical body is probably not inferior to the cubs of the ferocious beasts ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. Also, the aura of the golden winged rock and the demon vein soul is really strange. I must study him properly. This is even worse." Du Xiaofu bitterly laughed in his heart. He did not expect that he would enter the tiger's den after just escaping the wolf's den. Compared to the Black Fiend sect, the Medicine King was much stronger, and it would be even more difficult to escape. Should I escape again? A thought flashed through his mind, but was immediately suppressed by Du Xiaofu. In front of the Medicine King, it was impossible for him to escape, not to mention that he did not have any strength to escape. "Brat, what did you do? First you provoked the Martial Marquis, and now you provoked a 6-star symbol master. Do you really think that your life is too long? Did I owe you in my previous life?" At this moment, a voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ears. When he suddenly heard this voice, Du Xiaofu's tensed heart suddenly trembled. Just as Du Xiaofu's heart trembled, the voice continued, "You first stabilize, don't let the 6-star symbol master discover you. Relax your mind, I will use the power of the primordial spirit to enter your mind and borrow your body to escape. This 6-star symbol master is not weak, but fortunately he should only be a medicine symbol master and a weapon symbol master, and not a symbol master. It would be better if you don't die. If you die, your research value will be greatly reduced. The Medicine King did not discover the abnormality in Du Xiaofu's body, and then directly walked towards Du Xiaofu. In his hand he took out an extraordinary dan that was suffused with multicolored light and flickering runes. It seemed that he wanted to stuff it into Du Xiaofu's mouth. Du Xiaofu's breath was weak, and he did not even have the strength to move. He allowed the Medicine King to stuff the dan into his mouth. His whole body was powerless, and he was at the mercy of the Medicine King. Brat, properly regulate your breath. This dan is not cheap. If not for the fact that I am afraid you will die, I would not be willing to give it to you. The Medicine King glanced at Du Xiaofu, and then said, That stone should be compensated for by now. If you want to compensate, you will have to compensate sooner or later. Even if you run, you will not be able to escape. As his voice fell, the Medicine King's eyes fluctuated a little, and then he looked at Du Xiaofu's universe bag, and immediately took out several universe bag. Don't worry, he won't die. Suddenly, an extremely frightening energy swept out from within Du Xiaofu's weak body. A glint instantly gushed out from his eyes as a frightening aura erupted. A palm imprint directly landed on Medicine King's body at close range with a lightning-like momentum. Bang! A muffled sound of energy rang out, and the Medicine King's body was directly forced back. Dang dang! As his body was continuously forced back, the Medicine King's face suddenly lifted, as if he had sensed something. His gaze instantly trembled, and he stomped his foot to stabilize his body. He immediately discovered the secret behind the sudden change in Du Xiaofu's body, and said in astonishment, You are not that brat. Who exactly are you? Even if you know who I am, it is useless. You can't kill him. Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King, and symbols immediately spread out from his palm. As his hand seals changed, various symbols began to change. Everything seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely complicated and vast. However, its speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! When the final hand seal changed, 12 array flags appeared in Du Xiaofu's palms. The flags swayed, and emitted a special fluctuation, causing the surrounding natural energy to violently churn. Empty illusory array! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and without the slightest delay, the 12 array flags immediately rushed to the front, and directly sealed the space around the Medicine King. With lightning speed and trajectory, they directly wrapped around the Medicine King. Rumble! When the 12 array flags finally disappeared into space, the space suddenly became chaotic, and dazzling symbols spread out in the surrounding space. After which, an illusory array appeared, covering a large area, and its might caused one's heart to tremble. At this moment, the array that Du Xiaofu had set up was clearly the same one that he had used against the 2 perfect pulse spirit stage cultivators from the Black Fiend sect. However, its current might seemed to be several times stronger than before. The terrifying pressure caused the space to become chaotic, and caused one's soul to tremble. Go! When the array was set up, Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. His figure immediately soared into the sky, and he rapidly flew away. Rumble! An hour later, a series of low explosions resounded through the mountain forest. The symbols in the sky shattered, and large swathes of towering trees were uprooted. The energy storm flattened the entire mountain, and the earth shook. It caused the ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest to howl in fear. Chi! The energy swept out, and the Medicine King's figure walked out of the energy storm that was filled with dust. His expression was not very good, and he softly muttered, What a powerful primordial spirit! But that primordial spirit doesn't seem to have reached the level it should have. I'm afraid that there's something wrong with that primordial spirit as well. If I can obtain that primordial spirit, that would be a great harvest, and the decades I spent in the dark forest would not have been in vain. Whoosh! With that, the Medicine King's figure also leapt into the air, and he instantly disappeared while wrapped in flowing light. Today's update is complete. Chapter 196. The continuous mountain range was verdant and lush, overlapping one another. It was like the waves of the sea, surging and surging, majestic and magnificent. Du Xiaofu's aura was weak as he lay paralyzed on the ground in a hidden cave. His face was deathly pale, but there was a surge of energy surging within his body. He didn't know what kind of pill the Medicine King had just given him. The surging energy was too great, and it was also very beneficial to his injuries. Faintly, his injuries seemed to be recovering by themselves. In front of Du Xiaofu, a small tower floated out. There were faint talisman patterns flickering on it. A smoke-like wave spread out from the small tower. Finally, it condensed into a rather transparent figure of a young man. I've set up some traps. Although they can't be compared to the previous ones, the 6-star talisman master won't be able to easily detect them. This cave is currently very safe. However, we have to leave as soon as possible to avoid being discovered. The young man's body was extremely thin. His entire body was just skin and bones. However, his cheeks had 2 pieces of meat. He had inverted eyebrows and a pair of triangular eyes. Not only did he have triangular eyes, but he also had a wretched gaze. All of this combined with a 12 or 13-year-old face made it hard for people to hold back their laughter. It was very likely that a young child would cry from looking at him. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man's shadow in front of him, and a smile immediately appeared on his pale face. He said with great affection, "Brother Qin Chun, I missed you so much. If you don't miss me, I'm afraid you're not far from death this time." The young man was naturally Jin Qin Chun, who had fallen into a deep slumber after exhausting his primordial spirit. No matter how one looked at his youthful face, his gaze was extremely wretched. It was hard to imagine how such a face could exist. It was simply uncanny. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Qin Chun floated in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You're quite resilient. You didn't die even after that. You're really comparable to the young of the golden-winged rock." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He looked at the wretched face in front of him and said, "Brother Qin Chun, why are you awake?" Jin Qin Chun's eyes flickered. He curled his lips and said, "The soothing spirit powder you refined is barely passable. Coupled with my cultivation method, I woke up." "You didn't wake up long ago, did you?" Du Xiaofu suddenly looked up at Jin Qin Chun and asked. Jin Qin Chun raised his head and thought for a moment before replying to Du Xiaofu. "He woke up when you were setting up the void illusion array." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately glared at Jin Qin Chun and said, "You didn't do anything even after you woke up. You really are my big brother. Are you turning your back on me?" "If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you, little bastard." Jin Qin Chun fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, you're still too inexperienced. Could it be that you didn't discover that the 6-star soul symbol master had been hiding in the surroundings? If I had acted earlier, the 2 of us wouldn't have been able to escape." King of Medicine. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. A 6-star spiritual talisman master was equivalent to the martial king realm. For many people, this kind of existence only existed in legends. No wonder he was called the King of Medicine. It turned out that he had reached such a terrifying level. Jin Qin Chun was also quite puzzled at this time. After he woke up, he noticed that there were many times when he was surprised. Speaking of which, the trouble you caused this time is really not small. You even provoked a 6-star spiritual talisman master. What the hell is going on? And your pulse spirit, you are cultivating the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have a pulse spirit. And that pulse spirit, how can you still have a demon pulse spirit? You are really lucky. It's a long story. I will tell you in detail in the future. Du Xiaofu continued to smile bitterly. It was a long story to tell about the troubles he had encountered recently. He didn't have the strength to talk about it now. His eyebrows twitched slightly as he fished out a Qiankun bag from his bosom with a pained expression on his face. Du Xiaofu's most recent collection of Qiankun pouches, including the Qiankun pouch that he had obtained from the free cloud sex Lu Tian Xiao, had all been taken away by the Medicine King. Thinking up to this point, Du Xiaofu felt uneasy. Thankfully, the last Qiankun pouch that he kept close to him had not been taken away by the Medicine King. That Qian-kun pouch was his most important possession. Demon Pulse Spirit, are you talking about this demon stone? Du Xiaofu took out the mountain demon stone from the Qian-kun bag. Fortunately, the demon stone had been kept in the Qian-kun bag. Jin Qi-chun didn't speak. His illusory hand took the mountain demon stone from Du Xiaofu's hand. His gaze was fixed on the mountain demon stone. Soon after, his expression sank into deep thought. Du Xiaofu watched from the side, not daring to disturb him. Regarding the mountain demon stone, he didn't know much. He had only heard about it from Yan Qi and Dongli Qingqing. Who? After a short while, Jin Qi-chun took a deep breath, and then handed the demon stone back to Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a serious expression, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he said, "Keep it well. Before your strength is insufficient, you must not rashly expose this item." Brother Qin-chun, do you know the origin of this demon stone? Du Xiaofu asked. From Jin Qingchun's expression, it seemed that this demon stone was not an ordinary item. I don't know the origin of this demon stone. Jin Qingchun shook his head. Then, he rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, But it can't be a demon stone. I saw your pulse spirit, and it looked exactly like this demon stone. Maybe this is the legendary demon stone. Ordinary demon stones can't be compared to this demon stone. If it's not a demon stone, then what is it? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. It seemed that this demon stone was stronger than he had imagined. I don't know the details. I've only heard some legends. It's useless to tell you now. You can call it the divine stone for the time being. Jin Qi-chun looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said, You must remember, in the future, try not to use your pulse spirit as much as possible to avoid being discovered. But you must study this pulse spirit. Since you already have a pulse spirit, any breakthrough in your cultivation will be related to it. If you don't understand the pulse spirit well, it will affect your cultivation. Your pulse spirit is related to this divine stone, which means that there is a relationship between the two of you. This relationship is very strange. You will slowly understand it in the future. Therefore, it's best to let the divine stone help you understand it. That way, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It will also be enough for your pulse spirit to become your trump card. If you achieve something with this pulse spirit, I'm afraid that it won't be inferior to the Golden Rocks cultivation technique. I understand. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed when he heard this. Then, he kept the mountain stone into his Qian-kun bag. Your injuries are too serious. Quickly adjust your breathing and leave this place as soon as possible. The pill that the 6-star soul symbol master gave you is extraordinary. It's barely at the marquis level. He's not afraid that you'll die from overeating. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. No wonder his body felt as if it was on fire. The medicinal power of the pill had already surged in his body. Then, he looked at Jin Qi-chun and asked, Brother Qi-chun, are you alright? It'd be strange if I'm alright. I just woke up and already risked my life for you. I must have owed you in my previous life. In this life, I'm here to repay your debt. At the mention of this matter, Jin Qi-chun became a little violent. He said to Du Xiaofu, I need to rest for a while. Although my condition is better than last time, I'm afraid that I'll still need to sleep for a while to recover. But it's not a big problem. When the time comes, quickly find me some elixirs like the soul-absorbing powder. It will be of some help to me. After a while, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands. The energy of the pill given to him by the Medicine King had already surged. After a while, he entered a state of breathing. His body was refining the medicinal power of the pill. Strands of pure Su-Ani flowed through his meridians and finally entered the spirit watchtower. More importantly, it was assisting in the recovery of his injuries. Only Du Xiaofu knew how serious his injuries were this time. It was absolutely tragic. Just as Jin Qi-chun had said, he was not far from death. Even if he had the powerful body of a young golden-winged roc, it would be difficult for him to withstand such injuries. If his injuries had been even a little bit more serious, the consequences would have been worrying. However, It was fortunate that he had a powerful body. In the end, he was able to withstand it. If it was an ordinary pulsating realm profound level cultivator, it would not be enough even if he died 100 times. Time slowly passed. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a faint golden light. It was like a halo that enveloped his entire body. Golden light flickered in the cave. The continuous mountain range, the rugged green, the luxuriant shade of the trees, and the vast blue sky formed a magnificent landscape painting. Chi. In the air, a stream of light streaked across and landed on the mountain peak. The stream of light disappeared and an extremely beautiful woman walked out. She threw a black-clothed man to the ground. This woman looked to be in her 40s. She wore a plain palace dress with a light blue ribbon fluttering in the wind. She was simple and elegant, as if she was born with a noble aura. When one looked at her, they could not help but feel a sense of reverence. "Lady, please spare my life. That purple-robed youth was already saved 7 days ago. Our second elder could not stop him and even heavily injured many experts in the sect. He really is not in our Black Fiend sect." At this moment, beside the beautiful woman, a black-clothed man was kowtowing and begging for mercy. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The plain-clothed beautiful woman raised her head slightly and looked at a young girl and a woman in tight clothes. Her voice was clear and cold as she said softly, "You have nothing to say now, right? The person you are looking for has already been saved." Chapter 197. The girl was young, but her figure was already curvy. Coupled with her delicate and pretty face, she would definitely grow into a slender and elegant woman in 2 years' time. However, at this moment, her clear eyes were filled with worry. Perched on the girl's shoulder, a little green bird lifted its little head, its beady black eyes fixed on the body of the plain-clothed beautiful woman. The tight-fitting woman looked to be around 21 or 22 years of age. Her devilishly alluring figure was seductively curved, and on her peerlessly beautiful face, her clear eyes were currently filled with coldness. Arriving in front of the black-clothed man, she gave him a vicious kick and said, "Ben, do you know the current whereabouts of that youth?" The black-clothed man was sent flying by the tight-fitting woman's kick, but he immediately crawled back up obediently, his voice trembling as he said, "Milady, I truly do not know the whereabouts of that purple-robed youth. Our sect leader has personally come out of seclusion to search for him. All the major factions are also searching for him, but his whereabouts are nowhere to be found. Milady, please spare me. I've already told you everything I know, without hiding anything at all. The people of the Black Fiend sect deserve more than death. If Big Brother Xiaofu appears to be in any danger, I will definitely not let the Black Fiend sect off." A chill rose in the girl's clear eyes, her voice turning cold as she said in a low voice, "Little Circle killed this man from the Black Fiend sect. All of them deserve to die. Roar!" A tiger's roar rang out, and a ferocious tiger pounced out from behind the girl, opening its ferocious jaws and swallowing the black-clothed man in an instant. The plain-clothed beautiful woman looked at the girl's misty figure, her eyes rippling slightly as she said, "If you want to do anything, you need to have the strength to do so. You are extremely talented, and although you cannot compare to the younger generation of those large clans, most importantly, you have an exquisite and pure heart. You are perfectly suited to take over my mantle, and in the future, you will not be any weaker than the younger generation of those large clans. Come with me." The young woman gazed at the woman and said, "Senior, I still haven't seen Big Brother Xiaofu. Can you help me find Big Brother Xiaofu? I'll leave with you if you can find Big Brother Xiaofu. I promise to help you, but now that the person you're looking for is out of danger, you should come with me. If you really don't want to, I won't force you. You can decide for yourself." The woman in plain clothes looked at the young girl, her eyes rippling slightly. There was an innate noble air about her. She knew you should follow Senior. Tianwu Academy is right in front of us. When the time comes, I will seek the help of the experts in the academy. If that fellow is around, he will allow you to follow Senior. When the time comes, you should cultivate well and become an expert. The tight-fitting lady could tell that the plain-clothed beauty before her was extraordinary, so she stepped forward to persuade the young lady. That's right, I want to become an expert. If I can become an expert, I won't let Big Brother Xiaofu be in danger in the future. The young woman gritted her teeth, and then she nodded to the woman. Senior, I'll go with you. I'll cultivate properly and become an expert in the future. That's the way. Follow me back and cultivate well. The woman in plain clothes spoke softly, and then her gaze descended onto the little green bird. Her gaze moved slightly, and she waved her hand slightly. A dazzling stream of runes instantly wrapped around the young woman and the little green bird. After that, the young woman's figure shot out into the sky. Little tiger, send me back to Tianwu Academy. I want to find the experts of the academy to save that brat. Seeing the plain-clothed beauty and the young lady disappear from her sight, the tight-fitting lady's eyes flickered with a faint chill. Roar! The huge tiger flapped its wings and disappeared in midair as well. In the cave, a faint golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu as he sat cross-legged in the middle of the golden light. Traces of golden energy swam around his body mysteriously. A moment later, the faint golden light gradually receded. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The aura around him retracted into his pores along with the faint golden light. I should be fine now. Opening his eyes, a faint golden light lingered in his eyes. Du Xiaofu checked the condition of his body. After recuperating for nearly 10 days, and with the help of the Medicine King's elixirs, he had only recovered to the point of no harm. His injuries were still severe. Du Xiaofu's injuries this time were truly too severe. Even his internal organs were shaken. If it was someone else, their internal organs would have been shattered and they would have died. Brother Qin-chan. Du Xiaofu took out the small pagoda from his bosom. However, the small pagoda was silent and didn't respond. He muttered, "It should be asleep again." After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaofu kept the small pagoda and placed it close to his body. Then, he stood up and left the cave. Big Brother Jinchi-chun had told him that he shouldn't stay here for too long. In the dark night, the sky was dotted with twinkling stars. It was as though the Milky Way was laid out by fine sand. As the night fell, only the canopy of the trees swayed under the night wind. Then, everything fell silent. Chi. In the dark night, a figure seemed to be carrying another figure in his hand. Like a ghost, the figure shuttled through the dense forest, and then leaped onto a towering tree. Listen, I'm going to ask you a question. You better answer honestly. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your life. The figure in front of him threw the thin man in his hand onto a tree branch that was as big as a praying mat. Under the mottled moonlight, one could barely see that this person was a young man wearing a purple robe. The purple-robed young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. However, on his resolute face, there was a maturity that was rarely seen among his peers. This was especially true for his eyes. His gaze was like that of an eagle's, sharp and frightening. I will definitely tell you everything, as long as you don't kill me. The burly man looked at the purple-robed youth and nodded. He didn't look down on the purple-robed youth at all because of his age. How could a youth who could silently kidnap him from the rest of the group be an ordinary youth? The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu, who had just come out from the cavern. After entering the dense forest, even though he knew the general direction from the moonlight, he couldn't tell where he was. Thus, he could only ask for directions. Seeing the attitude of the burly man before him, he asked in satisfaction, "Where is this place?" Doubt flashed across the burly man's eyes. However, he still replied honestly, "This is the dark forest. I know that it is the dark forest. I am asking for the exact location of this place." Du Xiaofu asked. "This place is close to Riverside Town, and is quite far from Dark City. However, 20 li to the west is the territory of Tianwu Academy. Initially, we were able to secretly dig up some magnetite and spiritual herbs there. However, Tianwu Academy has been recruiting new students recently, and the examination is held in the mountain range ahead. Thus, the number of Tianwu Academy enforcers in the vicinity has increased." At this point, the burly man looked at Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu's age, astonishment suddenly flashed across his eyes. You can't be from Tianwu Academy, right? Actually, I didn't dig up that many magnetite and spiritual herbs. Previously, we were caught by your Tianwu Academy enforcers and had all of our cosmos bags confiscated. We learned our lesson. Don't worry, I'm not from Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man and replied. Who? Hearing those words, the burly man heaved a sigh of relief. He said to Du Xiaofu in embarrassment, You scared me to death. I thought that you were from Tianwu Academy's enforcers. Those brats from the enforcers might be young, but they are extremely powerful. I thought that you were from Tianwu Academy's enforcers. To think that you chased us so fiercely that you actually chased us out of Tianwu Academy's territory. Actually, I'm from Tianwu Academy as well. Du Xiaofu lifted his head slightly and looked at the burly man. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the burly man's face froze. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, Relax, I'm not here to chase after you. You said that Tianwu Academy is recruiting new students recently? Hearing those words, the burly man relaxed a little and replied, That's right. Tianwu Academy is recruiting new students, and they have already entered the mountain range ahead to undergo the examination. Tell me about the examination in detail. Du Xiaofu asked. You actually don't know about it. The burly man looked at Du Xiaofu doubtfully before continuing. Tianwu Academy is extremely strict when it comes to recruiting new students. Every single new student has to undergo a strict examination, and they only recruit those between the ages of 15 to 18. It's said that Tianwu Academy had over 100,000 applicants this time around. However, only 3,000 will be accepted in the end. Those who wish to become a disciple of Tianwu Academy are all dragons and phoenixes among men. They are currently undergoing the examination in the mountain range ahead? Du Xiaofu asked. He was astonished as well. Out of 100,000 applicants, only 3,000 would be accepted. This kind of selection was indeed extremely strict. Those who were able to enter Tianwu Academy in the end were definitely extraordinary individuals. The burly man nodded his head and said, The examination has been going on for quite some time now, and I'm afraid that it will be over soon. The next round of recruitment will be 3 years later. How often does Tianwu Academy recruit new students? Du Xiaofu asked the burly man after hearing those words. Tianwu Academy only recruits new students when they are recruiting new students. They don't recruit any other time. Even nobles are no exception. The burly man replied. Is that so? Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered and he said to the burly man, All right, you can return now. If you tell anyone about me, you have to be careful of your life. Since I was able to bring you here, it would be easier for me to take your life. Young master, I swear that I won't tell anyone about you. I don't know you in the first place. The burly man's body trembled and he hurriedly swore. So, before the burly man could finish his words, the purple-robed young man had already leaped down from the tree and disappeared into the night like a specter. Chapter 198. In the darkness of the night, Du Xiaofu's figure darted through the forest like a phantom. The faint aura of the golden-winged rock emanated from his body, causing the beasts in the depths of the forest to cower in fear. After exiting the cave, Du Xiaofu had been hiding all along. Fearing that the Black Fiend sect and the other powers would be searching for him, as well as the Medicine King and other unknown dangers, he had no choice but to tread carefully. Even though his injuries had yet to fully recover, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to waste any time. His target was Tianwu Academy. At the very least, he would be safe for the time being once he reached Tianwu Academy. He didn't expect that he would be able to reach Tianwu Academy while being pursued all the way. Upon receiving news of the freshman examination, Du Xiaofu knew that Tianwu Academy only recruited new students once every 3 years. He had no choice but to hurry over. In any case, he was going to Tianwu Academy to look for Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang. Furthermore, he had to join Tianwu Academy as well. As for the freshman examination, Du Xiaofu had yet to register for it. Thus, he could only think of a solution when he reached Tianwu Academy. Early in the morning, not a sound could be heard. The sky was just beginning to brighten and the night was about to fade away. Under the light of dawn, the air was cool and a soft mist rose from the mountain range. The mountain range was covered in a layer of milky white, making it look hazy and illusory. In the dense forest, 7 figures were walking slowly. The 7 of them were in their 20s, and there were 6 males and 1 female. The males had an extraordinary disposition and a spirited gaze. The female had an elegant face and was dressed in a tight-fitting dress. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, giving her a youthful aura. The freshman examination should be ending soon, right? Can we return today? Among the 7 of them, a plump young man walked at the very back. He took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Slow down, wait for me. Fat Eagle, you haven't earned enough points this month. Why are you in such a hurry to return? If you can meet a few more fellows who are stealing spirit herbs and magnetite, you should be able to earn enough points." In front of the fat young man, a young man in blue smiled and said. He held a weapon that looked like a saber and a sword. His long robe fluttered slightly, and he looked very elegant. "I'm so tired these past few days. I'll think of a way to get the points. If it really doesn't work..." Aren't the freshmen here? I'll just have to find a few freshmen to rob." Fatty chuckled as if he already had this plan in mind. "Damn, Fatty, don't you feel embarrassed to snatch the points of a new student?" The elegant lady turned her head and glanced at the fat young man. There seemed to be some disdain in her eyes. The fat youth didn't look embarrassed at all. He smiled at the elegant girl and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't the freshmen's points used to honor us seniors? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago, our points were also robbed by those guys who came to the academy a few years earlier than us? I was beaten black and blue. Now that I have a chance to take revenge, I don't want to miss it. Fatty Ing is right. If there's a chance, we should find a few freshmen to guide us. After all, we're seniors as well, and it's a tradition of Tianwu Academy to honor our seniors with points," a young man in yellow clothes said with a smile. When the gray-robed young man at the front heard the discussion behind him, he couldn't help but turn around and join in the discussion. "Don't forget that there are many people who are eyeing the freshmen's points. I'm afraid that we won't even have a chance to get them. Who would let go of such a cheap opportunity to obtain points? I heard that some of the fellows on the martial ranking want to make a move as well. Those fellows on the martial ranking are too much. Why are they fighting with us? They are all filthy rich." Hearing the words martial ranking, reverence immediately surged in the eyes of the fat young man. Chi. Right at this moment, a slight disturbance came from the forest ahead. "Be careful." The 7 of them immediately noticed the abnormality in front of them, and went on their guard almost simultaneously. The 7 of them immediately formed a defensive circle and released their profound chi. They gripped their weapons tightly and were ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, they also scanned their surroundings. "Everyone, don't be nervous. May I know if you guys are from Tianwu Academy?" A faint voice sounded and a purple-robed young man appeared in front of them. He looked to be around 16 to 17 years old, and his face was slightly pale. He seemed to be injured. "Phew!" Seeing that it was a purple-robed young man, the 7 of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they glanced at one another and realized that it was just a false alarm. The gray-robed young man in the lead raised his eyebrows and asked the purple-robed young man, "We are indeed students from Tianwu Academy. Who are you? We're finally here." Hearing those words, the purple-robed young man took in a deep breath. They rushed through the night and didn't dare to use the ping descents to the 9 heavens in case they were discovered in midair. However, they were finally within the vicinity of Tianwu Academy, so they should be safe. The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu. When he saw the 6 men and 1 woman in front of him, he was surprised to see that all 7 of them had reached the pulsation realm. Judging from the aura that the 7 of them released when they were on guard, the lowest cultivation base was at the pulsation realm mystery level. The leader, the gray-clothed young man, and the beautiful woman were both at the pulsation realm nirvana level. Tianwu Academy is indeed different. Du Xiaofu looked at the center and sighed inwardly. Based on the age of these young men and women, their cultivation was already not bad. Within the Stone City, Big Uncle and City Lord Yi Baolan were only at the consummate level of the pulsating realm. At this moment, the 7 of them were also sizing up Du Xiaofu. However, other than seeing that the purple-robed young man was injured, they didn't notice anything else. "Seniors, it's great to see all of you." Du Xiaofu stepped forward and smiled at the 7 of them. When he thought about how he would be spending some time in Tianwu Academy, he couldn't help but feel a little closer to the 7 of them. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 7 of them had a slight change in expression. The beautiful woman looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Are you a student of Tianwu Academy?" "Not yet, but it shouldn't take long." Du Xiaofu smiled. When he saw the 7 of them, he felt that he was safe. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't think that the 7 of them would be able to protect him. It was just that he felt a little safer in the territory of Tianwu Academy. "What do you mean?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 7 of them were puzzled. Then, the plump young man's gaze changed as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a puzzled expression. He asked, "You aren't one of the new students who participated in the test earlier, right? Why did you come out? There's a talisman dimension inside and you shouldn't be able to come out." "That's not it," Du Xiaofu explained. "I haven't taken the test yet. Initially, I came to Tianwu Academy to register, but I was hunted down by someone. That's why I was delayed. Is it too late for me to register now?" "You came to Tianwu Academy to register but were hunted down by someone. Since you haven't registered yet, you want to register for the test and become a disciple of Tianwu Academy?" The plump young man looked at Du Xiaofu with a spirited gaze. "That's right, that's the case," Du Xiaofu replied happily. It seemed that not only were the disciples of Tianwu Academy talented, their comprehension ability was also outstanding. "Are you kidding me?" Just as Du Xiaofu spoke, the plump young man rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "Lad, the dark forest is ahead. Since you came from the front, you must have passed through the dark forest, right? How did you manage to arrive here safely?" "It's not that I'm safe, it's a narrow escape. However, I'm finally here." Du Xiaofu nodded his head. "You passed through the dark forest alone?" the plump young man asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded his head and replied, "You can say so." Shua shua. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the gazes of the 7 students landed on Du Xiaofu in unison. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Pung pung pung. Suddenly, in the sky in front of them, there were 3 thunderous booms. Then, high up in the sky, 3 dazzling rays of light bloomed in the sky. Through the layers of dense forest and the cover of the canopy, one could see the dazzling rays of light. "It's over." The 7 students of Tianwu Academy raised their heads and looked at the dazzling rays of light in the sky. Their gazes flickered. The leader of the group, the gray-robed young man, looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Lad, regardless of who you are and whether you are here to register for Tianwu Academy, I have to tell you that the freshman assessment has stopped. If you want to join Tianwu Academy, you have to come back 3 years later. Of course, you have to be below 18 by then." "It's already over?" Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He didn't expect that he would be late for the registration. "Lad, hurry up and return. There should be someone accompanying you. The dark forest is extremely dangerous and it's not a place for you to play," the elegant lady said to Du Xiaofu with a hint of goodwill. "It seems like I have to think of another way," Du Xiaofu muttered. After regaining his senses, he looked at the 7 of them and asked, "Everyone, may I know if you can bring me to Tianwu Academy? You aren't a disciple of Tianwu Academy, and the registration has already passed." "We can't bring you to Tianwu Academy," the elegant lady replied. Chapter 199. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Du Xiaofu frowned. After pondering for a moment, an emblem appeared in his hand. It was the Tianwu Academy emblem that Ouyang Shuang had dropped from the back of the king's scaled demonic tiger when he parted ways with her. "Everyone, it is said that with this emblem, you will be able to seek the help of the seniors in Tianwu Academy. Is that true?" Du Xiaofu said as he passed the emblem to the leading gray-robed young man. The gray-robed young man took the emblem and the 7 of them stared at the emblem. The elegant lady raised her head to look at Du Xiaofu and asked, "You are holding the emblem of our Tianwu Academy. I wonder who gave it to you. If it is true, we will naturally bring you to Tianwu Academy. The person who gave me the emblem is called Ouyang Shuang. Do you know her?" Du Xiaofu asked the 7 of them. As Du Xiaofu spoke, the gazes of the 7 changed simultaneously. The gray-robed young man, the plump young man, and the yellow-robed young man's expressions changed greatly. The gray-robed young man immediately asked Du Xiaofu, "What is your relationship with Senior Ouyang?" This. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. In the end, he could only say, "She is my elder sister." Hearing this, the 6 of them looked much better for some reason. Even their gazes toward Du Xiaofu became much friendlier. The plump young man's gaze flickered, seemingly puzzled. He asked softly, "Are you really Senior Ouyang's younger brother? What is your name?" Du Xiaofu nodded. "I am Du Xiaofu, her cousin. We met with some trouble when we were in the dark forest, so we parted ways." Even though he was her cousin, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly in his heart. He did have an elder sister in Tianwu Academy, but this emblem was given to him by Ouyang Shuang. "So you are Senior Ouyang's cousin? You should have said so earlier. Don't worry, there is no danger here. We will bring you to Tianwu Academy to look for Senior Ouyang." Hearing this, the plump young man immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Thank you very much." Du Xiaofu was surprised. He didn't expect the title of tomboy to be so useful in Tianwu Academy. The freshman's tempering assessment is already over. Anyway, we're going back to the academy. So, come with us, the elegant woman said to Du Xiaofu. Her gaze had become much gentler. Then let's return to the academy first. The gray-clothed youth nodded, and then he whistled sharply towards the sky. Hula! Along with the whistling sound, the air and the sky whistled. An extremely huge demonic beast flapped its wings and flew over. The collapsed treetops continued to rise and fall. An extremely huge flying demonic beast immediately fell through the gaps in the trees, flapping its wings and causing the dense forest to howl. A wind-feather demonic condor at the early stage of the pulsation realm. The demonic beast was covered in bluish-white feathers, and its aura was not weak. It was at the pulse realm, which surprised Du Xiaofu a little. Following which, Du Xiaofu and the other 7 leaped onto the wind-feather demonic eagle and charged out of the dense forest, heading towards Tianwu Academy. The bluish-blue sky seemed to have been cleansed by clear water, clean and gentle. Only a few drifting clouds could be seen in the clear blue sky. Walala! Suddenly, a loud whistling sound came from the sky. It was as though a hurricane was approaching, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, a large group of flying demonic beasts appeared in the distant sky. There were more than 100 of them, and most of them were wind-feather demonic eagles. On the back of each wind-feather demonic eagle, there were many young men and women. On a mountain peak in the distance, the mountain was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. Several elders and burly men stood there with their clothes fluttering in the wind. Even though their auras were concealed, they still had an extraordinary disposition. There are quite a few good seedlings among this batch of new students. A few of them have rare talents. On average, they seem to be slightly stronger than the new students from the previous 3 years. A long-robed elder who looked to be in his 60s spoke to the crowd on the mountain peak. His face was extremely rosy, and his body seemed to be filled with strength. In this year's training exam, the top 50 new students have pretty good talents. 90% of them are cultivators. It seems that our martial academy will be able to accept quite a few disciples with potential. However, there don't seem to be many spirit symbol masters who can enter the top 50. It seems that the Talisman Academy will not be able to fill up with much fresh blood this time. Hearing that, a woman in her 50s immediately glared at the old man in his 60s and unhappily said, "He-hoo, what do you mean by that? Our Talisman Institute has never had many disciples. Do you think us spirit talisman masters are the same as you cultivators and can be found everywhere?" Elder Sun is right. Spirit symbol masters are rare. Therefore, among the 100 people on the martial roll, there are only 2 students from the Talisman Institute. The long-robed elder called he who smiled faintly, but his tone was clearly extremely sarcastic. You! The long-robed woman called Elder Sun's face instantly flushed red from anger. However, she could not find any words to refute him. There were indeed only 2 students from the Talisman Academy among the 100 names on the martial ranking. The martial roll is a ranking of battle strength. Naturally, it is difficult for a spirit talisman master to have an advantage. So, Elder Sun, you don't have to worry about it. At least, we martial cultivators are unable to refine the elixirs and spirit weapons refined by spirit talisman masters. When he saw Elder Sun's flushed face, the robust long-robed elder once again smiled and said, "What I mean is that spirit symbol masters are not important. Instead, our Talisman Academy is becoming worse and worse. If this continues, we will probably not see any students from the Talisman Academy on the martial ranking." Humph! Elder Sun snorted deeply. However, she had nothing to say. There were indeed only 2 students from the Talisman Academy on the martial ranking. Ha ha! Gihu laughed heartily when he saw Elder Sun suffer a setback. As one of the elders of the Martial Academy, he was naturally happy that the students from the Martial Academy suppressed the students from the Talisman Academy. He then looked at the surrounding crowd and said, "Why is Vice Principal Zhuge not here this time? According to our Tianwu Academy's tradition, the people in charge of the various academies should be present during the freshman assessment. Vice Principal Zhuge is in charge of the Weapon Academy, so why isn't he here this time? It seems that no one from the Weapon Academy has entered the martial ranking for more than a decade. Currently, the 2 students on the martial ranking are from the Array Academy. Some time ago, there were still students from the Medicine Academy on the martial ranking, but they were kicked down recently. However, no one from the Weapon Academy has entered the martial ranking for more than a decade." Another purple-clothed woman on the back of the flying demonic beast said, "Let's not talk about Vice Principal Zhuge anymore. After so many years, I reckon that he has not had a good time. If not for that incident, the Weapon Academy would not have collapsed and Vice Principal Zhuge would not have suffered such a heavy blow," the long-robed Elder Sun said. Sigh. Hearing her words, everyone sighed softly. After a brief moment, they leaped up and left. Du Xiaofu and the others sat cross-legged on the back of the wind-feathered demonic eagle. From their conversation, he found out that the 7 of them were from the same batch as Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang was even on the martial ranking and there was no one in Tianwu Academy who didn't know of her. As for the martial ranking, it was a ranking within Tianwu Academy and represented the strength of all the students in Tianwu Academy. Out of the 100 students on the martial ranking, any student who entered the martial ranking was definitely a powerful existence. Along the way, Du Xiaofu asked the 7 of them if Ouyang Shuang had returned to Tianwu Academy. However, the 7 of them shook their heads and expressed that they didn't know. Recently, the freshman examination had been held and many seniors had been sent out to patrol the area. Coincidentally, the 7 of them were part of this group and thus, they hadn't returned to the academy for many days. Without any news of Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu felt a little worried. However, he could only wait until they reached Tianwu Academy before asking around. "Little brother, you have already missed the registration date for Tianwu Academy. All we can do now is to reach the academy first before thinking of a solution," the plump young man said to Du Xiaofu. He was extremely enthusiastic towards Du Xiaofu. "Then I'll have to thank Senior Zhang Yu." Du Xiaofu nodded his head. From their conversation along the way, he found out that the plump young man was called Zhang Yu and that the leader was Liang Dong, Jiao Zuping. The elegant lady was called Lv Jiaxue. Before Ouyang Shuang entered the martial ranking, she lived in the same dormitory as Ouyang Shuang. Thus, when she heard that Du Xiaofu was Ouyang Shuang's cousin, she was exceptionally enthusiastic towards him. "We're here. Tianwu Academy's campus is just ahead," Liang Dong suddenly said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu lifted his head, and a majestic mountain range appeared before his eyes. It was currently noon and under the illumination of the sun, the mountain range was covered in a golden glow, making it seem exceptionally majestic. Amidst the mountain range, a lone peak stood tall. The cliffs were steep, the rivers were flowing, and the trees were lush. There were quite a few buildings that stretched far into the distance, creating a majestic sight. At this moment, sunlight was pouring down through the thin layer of clouds, illuminating the mountain range. The countless buildings reflected a silvery glow, dazzling one's eyes. As they got closer, the mountain range was pulled apart like a curtain. A vast mountain city gradually appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes. It was simple and unadorned, yet majestic at the same time. Is this the legendary Tianwu Academy? Du Xiaofu looked down from the back of the wind-feathered demonic eagle. Rivers flowed through the mountain range, winding along the river. Even the mountains on both sides were jade-green in color. Numerous mountain peaks rose from the ground, but they weren't connected to one another. This was the cradle of experts. Countless experts had once walked out of this place, shocking the entire empire. Even now, there were still countless experts who walked out of this place. Each of them was conferred the title of king, and their prestige spread far and wide. Looking at the simple land below, Du Xiaofu was filled with anticipation. After all, he was still a young man, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He would be staying in this cradle of experts for a period of time. Chapter 200. Du Xiaofu knew that he had missed the registration period for Tianwu Academy. However, he had already made up his mind that no matter what, he had to enter Tianwu Academy. Seeing Du Xiaofu's astonished expression, a hint of a smile surfaced in Jiaxue's eyes. She then said to Du Xiaofu, "Anyone who sees Tianwu Academy for the first time would be shocked. However, it isn't fun inside. There are all kinds of competitions in tempering, and ordinary people aren't able to endure them. Ordinary people can't reach the level of an expert either." Du Xiaofu replied softly. Jiaxue looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in her eyes. Then, she said softly, "When you enter the academy, your cousin is ranked on the martial ranking and is highly regarded by the teachers and elders. Perhaps she might be able to find a way to get you into the academy." A moment later, two lone peaks stood tall amidst the mountain range. They were surrounded by water on both sides, and in the middle of the mountain range was a path that was several zhang wide. On the left peak of the mountain was a flat cliff. There were 4 ancient words Tianwu Academy written in flamboyant calligraphy. Every single word had a diameter of 10 zhang and could be seen from afar. When Du Xiaofu, Liang Dong, Zhang Yu, and Jiaxue landed on the large plaza outside the 2 peaks, their eyes widened in shock. Facing the 2 towering peaks, they felt as though they would collapse at any moment. Tianwu Academy was much more majestic and vast than they had imagined. Looking from the entrance of the 2 peaks, they could feel an ancient and sacred aura. The limestone floor, the quaint courtyard, and the ancient trees. This kind of aura wouldn't be so ancient if it hadn't been accumulated over thousands of years. "So, this is Tianwu Academy," Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He bent down and picked up a piece of rock from the ground before looking at Tianwu Academy. Countless experts walked out from this place and were conferred the title of Marquis. Their radiance illuminated the land. Speaking of those experts who had been conferred the title of Marquis or King, everyone would recall that they had once graduated from Tianwu Academy. It was this simple land that had produced so many experts. Looking at Tianwu Academy before him, Du Xiaofu felt a peculiar feeling in his heart. It was filled with admiration, respect, yearning, and complicated emotions. His father had once walked out of this place, and there were traces of his father's life here. At this moment, he was here as well. This is the sacred ground for all cultivators in the Stone Dragon Empire. There are even people from the surrounding empires who wish to join Tianwu Academy. What do you think? Zhang Yu asked Du Xiaofu. Filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the auras of countless experts have gathered here. As expected of a martial cultivation holy land, Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. Walala. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw a large group of flying demonic beasts flapping their wings. Their auras were suppressed by the wind, and on the backs of the flying demonic beasts, there were countless figures of young men and women. All of them were looking at the mountains below with yearning in their eyes. Looking at the flying demonic beasts in the sky, the yellow-robed young man said, "The new students who passed the examination have all returned. Those who failed should have left the talisman world. Hee, the new students are here and there are points to snatch. Those rookies are in for a hard time." Zhang Yu chuckled. He patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Little brother, it's a pity that you didn't register. If you were a new student, with me protecting you, no one would dare to snatch your points. Stop being so shameless. With your strength, you won't even have the qualifications to fight against those on the martial ranking." LV Jiaxue glanced at Zhang Yu and bluntly attacked him. Hee. Zhang Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't have to deal with those on the martial ranking. Even though I can't deal with them, little brother's cousin, Senior Ouyang, is also on the martial ranking. Those on the martial ranking will naturally have to give her some face." Walala. As Zhang Yu's words left his mouth, the flying demonic beasts in the sky circled in the sky before landing on the plaza. They did not fly directly into Tianwu Academy. So. One by one, extraordinary young men and women leaped off the flying demonic beasts. All of them stood tall and straight with arrogance in their eyes. "Little brother, do you see the people coming down from the back of the wind-feather demonic eagle at the very front? Those are the instructors and elders who will be taking over the new students this time. Those who have outstanding results among the older students will be able to become instructors of the academy, and then elders of the academy," Liang Dong said to Du Xiaofu, as if he was looking forward to those instructors. Du Xiaofu followed Liang Dong's gaze and looked at the leading demonic beast. There were many young men and women in their mid-20s leaping off the back of the demonic beast and organizing the new students to stand in an orderly manner. There were also a few burly men and elders watching from the side. Du Xiaofu observed those young men from afar. They were all in the pulse spirit realm, and even the weakest of them was at the profound pulse spirit realm. There were even a few who were at the great circle of the pulse spirit realm. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the several burly men and the old man, his gaze flickered without leaving a trace. They should be in the martial marquee realm, as expected of Tianwu Academy. From afar, Du Xiaofu could feel the aura of the burly men and elders. Their aura was so restrained that it was difficult to detect them. However, it was not difficult for him to sense that their cultivation was definitely in the martial marquee realm. "Senior Liang Dong, you said that those instructors are the elders and instructors in charge of the new students?" Du Xiaofu's brows twitched and he suddenly asked Liang Dong, "Do they have the authority to be in charge of the new students' assessment?" "Of course." Liang Dong nodded and replied, "Thank you, Senior Liang Dong." Du Xiaofu nodded. He straightened his back and strode towards the burly men and elders. What is he trying to do? Zhang Yu, Liang Dong, LV Jiaxue, and the others looked at Du Xiaofu's actions and their expressions changed. "Let's hurry over. If anything happens, we might be punished as well," Liang Dong said. The 7 of them nodded and immediately chased after Zhang Yu. Du Xiaofu strode towards the burly men and elders. After dozens of steps, before he could reach them, the burly men and elders turned to look at Du Xiaofu with puzzlement in their eyes. "Greetings to the elders of the academy." Du Xiaofu stepped forward and bowed slightly. Facing these people, the aura that was faintly emitted felt stifling for no reason. The burly man who was dressed in a tight-fitting short shirt looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You don't seem to be a new student who passed the assessment. Could it be that you failed the assessment? Why are you here?" "Elder, my name is Du Xiaofu. I was here to register for Tianwu Academy, but I missed the deadline," Du Xiaofu replied. Hearing this, an elder who looked to be in his 50s beside the burly man looked at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand. He spoke in an extremely unfriendly tone. "If you can even miss the deadline for Tianwu Academy's registration, there is no need for you to come to Tianwu Academy. Go back." "Elder, I was delayed by something and I didn't do it on purpose. I wonder if you can make an exception for me?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in his 50s. He felt a bit uncomfortable with the old man's unfriendly tone, but he suppressed it. Tianwu Academy recruits new students once every 3 years, and there are over 100,000 applicants each time. The academy will only accept 3,000. For the rest of the time, even if you are a member of the royal family or the children of nobles or ministers, we will not make an exception. Furthermore, you are the one who delayed the deadline. Go back, Tianwu Academy will not accept a student like you. The elder waved his hand once more and his face seemed to be filled with displeasure. Hearing these words, Du Xiaofu straightened his back and looked at the elder. He asked, Elder, are you really not going to make an exception and give me a chance? This lad sure is troublesome. Who brought him to the academy? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the old man in his 50s no longer seemed to have any intention of paying attention to Du Xiaofu. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Someone must have brought him here. Not just anyone could come to the entrance of the academy. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, it would be impossible to successfully reach the entrance of the academy. Greetings to Elder Liao and the other elders. At this moment, Liang Dong, Zhang Yu, Jiaxue, and the rest rushed over. When they saw the displeasure on the elder's face, their faces changed drastically. You are the ones who brought him here? When he saw Liang Dong and the others, the old man's eyes sank. His expression became even more unsightly. Replying to Elder Liao, this person is the cousin of Senior Ouyang Shuang on the martial ranking. He came here to register to enter our Tianwu Academy. However, due to being delayed in the dark forest and possessing Senior Ouyang's emblem, he happened to bump into us, and we brought him back. Liang Dong replied. He intentionally added Ouyang Shuang's name as a way to help Du Xiaofu in the dark. However, the moment Liang Dong finished his words, Jiaxue's face changed drastically. She tried to signal Liang Dong with her eyes, but it was too late. Not good. At this time, Liang Dong also suddenly realized that something was wrong. He cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to help, but he didn't expect that his help would backfire. Senior Sister Ouyang was able to enter the martial ranking last time because she defeated Elder Liao's student. Humph. Upon hearing Liang Dong's words, the elder snorted coldly and said, So what if he is a student on the martial ranking? Is Tianwu Academy a tavern? Do you think that anyone can enter Tianwu Academy? It seems like I have to rectify the reputation of Tianwu Academy. The few burly men and elders by the side wanted to say something, but upon seeing Elder Liao's expression, they could only keep quiet. Who? Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath. There was no longer any respect in his eyes as he looked at Elder Liao and said, Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Tianwu Academy is only SOSO, so it's fine if I don't enter. However, before I leave, I would like to meet 2 people. I wonder if this will break the rules of Tianwu Academy. Chapter 201. The eyes of the burly men and elders flickered. Following Du Xiaofu's words, the gazes they directed at Du Xiaofu changed. They were all surprised by his words. Jiaxue, Zhao Yu, Liang Dong, and the others were even more shocked. The 7 of them stared at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. They had never imagined that this fellow would dare to talk back to an elder. One must know that if the elders of Tianwu Academy were placed in an empire, they would definitely be able to control a prefecture and become a vassal of an empire. When the elders of Tianwu Academy went out, even the nobles and ministers of the empire would have to welcome them from afar. Yet the young man before them didn't seem to care about them at all. Zhao Yu and the others naturally didn't know Du Xiaofu's personality. If someone respected him, he would respect them back tenfold. If someone were to deliberately make things difficult for him, given Du Xiaofu's personality, he wouldn't care about them either. Putting aside the fact that Elder Liao was a martial lord, Du Xiaofu had already met experts like the Lightning Lion King, North Vanquishing Prince, and Medicine King. Thus, Elder Liao was just an ordinary person. Initially, Du Xiaofu was filled with respect and yearning for Tianwu Academy. However, due to Elder Liao's actions, his respect and yearning for Tianwu Academy dwindled significantly. As a result, his temper turned slightly sour. What did you just say? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Liao's gaze immediately landed on Du Xiaofu. There was a slight smile on his face, but this smile made one's heart tremble for no reason. I said that before I leave, I would like to meet two people. I wonder if this would break the rules of Tianwu Academy? Du Xiaofu stared straight at Elder Liao. At this moment, his temper had also risen. If it was a martial lord from the Black Fiend sect, Du Xiaofu would naturally be wary of him. However, this was Tianwu Academy, and Du Xiaofu didn't believe that an elder of Tianwu Academy could do anything to him. I'm asking about the previous question. Elder Liao stared at Du Xiaofu with a frozen expression on his face. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised that a young man could remain so calm in front of him. Even though he had concealed his aura, the new students of Tianwu Academy wouldn't even dare to raise their heads in front of him. Listen well, I said that Tianwu Academy is only SOSO. There's no point in entering it. Du Xiaofu continued to stare at Elder Liao with a straight back. If Tianwu Academy was filled with such elders, Du Xiaofu would be reluctant to enroll in the academy. Where did this brat come from? He sure has guts. The surrounding burly men and old men looked at each other, their expressions revealing some shock. It seems like that person missed the day of Tianwu Academy's examination and is still going against the elders. Where did this brat come from? Is he tired of living? He even dares to talk back to an elder. This brat is courting death. At this moment, the 3,000 new students standing in a neat row not too far away raised their heads and looked forward. Those who were closer heard the conversation between Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao, and whispers of discussion could be heard. Ha! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Liao's frozen face twitched for a moment. Instead of getting angry, he laughed. However, when his laughter came to a stop, a cold glint flashed across Elder Liao's eyes. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, Brat, listen well. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Behind you are the 3,000 new students who passed the examination. As long as you can defeat even the weakest of them, I will make an exception and allow you to enter Tianwu Academy. However, if you lose, I will punish you for disrespecting Tianwu Academy, cripple your cultivation, and expel you from Tianwu Academy's territory. If you dare to take half a step into Tianwu Academy's territory, I will kill you on the spot. Huh! Hearing Elder Liao's words, everyone in the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect Elder Liao to give such a heavy punishment. To a cultivator, crippling one's cultivation was no different from taking one's life. It was even crueler than taking one's life. Elder Liao, this punishment is a little too heavy. A brat like him doesn't know the rules and speaks without thinking. I think a light punishment is enough. The man who spoke first took a step forward and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, Brat, quickly apologize to Elder Liao. Next time, don't be so ignorant of the rules. Little brother, quickly apologize to Elder Liao. Quickly. Zhang Yu, Liang Dong, LV Jiaxue and the others immediately lowered their heads and whispered to Du Xiaofu to apologize to Elder Liao. If his cultivation was truly crippled, it would be a fate worse than death. To Zhang Yu and the others, it was unlikely that Du Xiaofu would be able to defeat the last student. Not to mention, the 7 of them knew that Du Xiaofu was still injured. Du Xiaofu shook his head at Zhang Yu and the others and smiled faintly. Then, he looked at the man and knew that the latter was trying to protect him. His gaze softened as he smiled and said, Elder, I'm afraid that Elder Liao will be disappointed if he cripples my cultivation. I would also like to see how strong the new students of Tianwu Academy are for Elder Liao to think so highly of them. Sigh. Hearing those words, the man was stunned. He did not expect the young man to be so ungrateful. After sighing softly, he could only helplessly sigh. Haha, what an arrogant brat. You must be used to being a plebe at home. Do you think that Tianwu Academy is your home? Seeing that the purple-robed young man did not place him in his eyes at all, Elder Liao was truly enraged. He turned to a young man not far away and said, Changming, bring up the last student who passed the examination. Let this brat know how the new students of Tianwu Academy should be. Yes. The young man lowered his head and shot a disdainful glance at Du Xiaofu. Then, he hurriedly walked towards the orderly rows of new students. Not long later, he brought back a young man who was dressed in tight clothes and had a sturdy physique. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Greetings to the elders. The young man stepped forward. Before the elders, he was suppressed by the formless aura and did not dare to raise his head. However, when he lowered his head, he glared at Du Xiaofu fiercely. The brawny youngster already knew what had happened in front of him. He thought to himself that he would teach that reckless purple-robed youngster a lesson later. First of all, he would be able to show off in front of the elders and leave a good impression on them. Then, it would be very beneficial for him in the future. Second of all, Elder Liao wouldn't make a move on this youngster due to his status. However, if he helped Elder Liao vent his anger, Elder Liao might even accept him as his disciple in the future. That would be killing two birds with one stone. Elder Liao did not pay any attention to the young man in tight clothes. He looked at Du Xiaofu coldly and said, "Brat, let's begin. If you win, I will make an exception and allow you to enter Tianwu Academy. If you lose, I will punish you for disrespecting Tianwu Academy and cripple your cultivation." When the young man in tight clothes heard Elder Liao's words, he instinctively took a few steps back. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, come up." At this moment, Liang Dong, Zhang Yu, Lv Jiaxue, and the rest of the seven could only helplessly look at Du Xiaofu. Their expressions turned grave. After all, they were acquaintances and could not bear to see Du Xiaofu's cultivation being crippled. That brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that his cultivation will be crippled soon. That young man is rather handsome and has a good appearance. How good would it be if he could stay in Tianwu Academy and cultivate together? A commotion broke out among the 3,000 freshmen. Most of them looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. That brat had gone against Elder Liao. Even if his cultivation was crippled, he deserved it. No one would sympathize with him. However, there were a few female students who shook their heads in pity. Du Xiaofu smiled and did not pay attention to the discussions of the 3,000 freshmen behind him. Du Xiaofu had secretly spied on them and found out that most of them were only at the Xiantian realm. Even though they were at the great circle of the Xiantian realm, they were still only at the Xiantian realm. There were also a few who had stepped into the pulsating realm. However, the pulsating realm freshmen that Du Xiaofu had spied on were only at the initial stage of the pulsating realm. To the current Du Xiaofu, this level of cultivation was naturally nothing to him. Of course, Du Xiaofu was also very clear that with the age of these new students, it was already extremely terrifying for them to be able to reach the perfection stage of the Xiantian realm. Moreover, there were quite a few pulsation realm experts amongst them. Their natural talent was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Those who wished to enroll in Tianwu Academy were indeed extraordinary geniuses. Du Xiaofu paid no attention to the discussions and mockery behind him. He had experienced such a situation back in the Du clan, and Du Xiaofu was well aware of it. Only with absolute strength would one be able to retaliate and prove themselves. Du Xiaofu slowly took a few steps to the side. Under the gazes of many people, he arrived in front of the young man and smiled faintly. He was at the peak of the Xiantian stage. He thought to himself, if I fight him, won't I be bullying him too much? Brat, what are you smiling about? Seeing Du Xiaofu smiling, the young man's eyes twitched and he asked in puzzlement. Du Xiaofu maintained his smile and said indifferently, "Your cultivation is too low. If I were to make the first move, I would be bullying you. Thus, you should make the first move." The young man was instantly enraged. He was a proud son of the heavens in his clan, and his name shook the entire city. Today, he passed Tianwu Academy's test and became a member of Tianwu Academy. Naturally, he was prideful. At this moment, he was actually looked down upon by a young man who seemed to be around his age. How could he not be enraged? "Brat, you're too arrogant!" The moment he shouted, the young man stomped his foot on the square. Profound energy swirled around him and a powerful aura surged out. Immediately, he appeared before Du Xiaofu. "The third watch has arrived." Chapter 202. Boom! As the youth neared, he sent a palm strike towards Du Xiaofu. His profound energy surged, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Then, the palm strike appeared right in front of Du Xiaofu. I'm not being arrogant. It's just that you're not qualified for me to take you seriously. Du Xiaofu moved. Looking at the incoming palm strike, his expression did not change at all. He waved his hand slightly. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Then, he stretched out his palm and landed it directly on the youth's palm. Bang! Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, the ground cracked, and a powerful shockwave swept out. Du Xiaofu did not move an inch. Crack, crack! The youth looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body staggered backwards, and with every step he took, a crack would appear on the ground of the square. The stone tiles around him would shatter when he landed. Poochie! The youth staggered back a dozen steps. His eyes were filled with shock and fear as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he collapsed to the ground. Wow, what powerful strength! Among the 3,000 new students, many of the girls could not help but exclaim softly. Lv Jiaxue, Zhang Yu, Liang Dong, and the rest of the 7 were all petrified. They were all shocked. Du Xiaofu had actually injured the youth so easily with a single move. They knew that Du Xiaofu was still injured. If he was at his peak, how powerful would he be? Many of the young male and female instructors were also shocked. They looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. The young instructor who had been looking down on Du Xiaofu just a moment ago also had a look of shock in his eyes. What a powerful brat! I can't see his cultivation level. He probably hasn't used his full strength yet. The several burly men and elders around them also looked at each other. This result had exceeded their expectations. Elder Liao's eyes moved. When he saw this result, his somewhat frozen and gloomy face twitched a little without leaving a trace. The youth struggled several times before he could get up. He felt as if his palm had hit the hardest rock. At this moment, his palm was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to break. If his opponent had used just a little more strength, his hand would have been crippled. The youth in the youth's eyes could never have imagined that the purple-robed youth before him would be so powerful. Du Xiaofu still had a faint smile on his face and ignored everyone. After which, his gaze turned towards the 3,000 new students. His eyes moved slightly on his resolute and handsome face as he asked, Are the 1st to 10th ranked amongst your 3,000 new students present? The 3,000 freshmen were completely silent. Their gazes landed on Du Xiaofu in unison. What is this, brats? Lv Jios Zhang, Lu Zhang, and the rest. The few burly men and old men who were also elders of the Sky Martial Academy had doubtful expressions in their eyes once again. The young instructors also looked at the elders. When they saw that the elders did not say anything, they did not know what to do. What's wrong? Don't tell me that the dignified new students of the Sky Martial Academy don't even have the guts to step out. I'm afraid that the Sky Martial Academy's reputation is exaggerated. Du Xiaofu looked at the 3,000 new students with a calm gaze. Chi. Finally, a figure walked out from the 3,000 new students. There were a total of 8 males and 2 females. The 10 of them were originally standing at the front, and after a few steps, they were not far away from Du Xiaofu. Among the 10 of them, 8 of them had outstanding auras among the 3,000 new students. The 2 young ladies were delicate and pretty. One of them was dressed in a long dress. As she walked out, her light blue dress fluttered, making her look like a light blue flower. Her rosy face had a pair of watery eyes. The other young lady was also delicate and pretty. She had 2 short braids and under her long eyelashes, her eyes were large and sparkling like black gems. Her figure was round and she looked adorable. The short-braided young lady glanced at the 9 people beside her before looking at Du Xiaofu. We are the top 10 in this year's freshman assessment. Do you have any business with us? Du Xiaofu looked at the young lady before him. His gaze rippled and he asked curiously, You are the top scorer in this year's freshman assessment? That's right. The young lady nodded her head and said to Du Xiaofu, If you can't give us a reason, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of the Sky Martial Academy. That freshman was too weak and I'm not interested in him. Thus, I want to test the strength of the 10 of you. Du Xiaofu looked at the young lady with doubt in his eyes. For a moment, he was unable to detect the young lady's cultivation. After which, he asked, I wonder if this reason is sufficient? Second sister, don't waste your breath on this brat. Does he think that he can be arrogant just because he defeated a Xiantian realm consummation trash? Tianwu Academy isn't a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Just teach him a lesson. A young man walked out. His appearance was somewhat similar to the young girl who had just spoken. He looked very beautiful, with distinct eyebrows and a straight nose. It was just that his body was slightly plump. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a slightly cold gaze. At this moment, the young man in tight clothes, who had been forced back by Du Xiaofu with one move, heard the words of the chubby young man. His face immediately turned ugly, but he did not dare to say anything at this moment. He could only be filled with hatred. What's your ranking? Du Xiaofu looked at the plump young man and asked with interest. The aura of the plump young man was similar to that of the young lady, and it was difficult to detect. However, it wasn't as well hidden as the young lady. Thus, Du Xiaofu was able to detect that the young man's cultivation was around the peak of the pulsating realm. He was probably not far from the pulsating realm. This young man and the short-braided girl should be brother and sister. He also guessed that the chubby young man and the girl should have cultivated the same mysterious and extraordinary cultivation method, which was why they were able to conceal their cultivation aura. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the plump young man raised his head and revealed an untamed aura. He replied to Du Xiaofu, Remember, my name is Qing Chao and I'm ranked 4th. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. You're the one who isn't qualified. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After that, he no longer paid any attention to the chubby young man. He gazed at the other 9 and said, All 10 of you can come at me together. Although I'm still injured, it should be enough to deal with the 10 of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's hand seals suddenly changed. At the same time, waves of rune energy started to fluctuate around his body. In the blink of an eye, formation flags started to condense one after another between his hands. There were a total of 10 formation flags, and all of them gave off astonishing fluctuations. A spirit symbol master. Not good, he's going to set up a symbol array. The short-braided young lady's expression suddenly changed. She was the first to emit profound energy fluctuations. That kid is a formation symbol master. The other 9 people's expressions immediately changed as well. Waves of profound energy started to surge out. Spirit Storm Array! Du Xiaofu smiled and quickly waved his hand. Just as the 10 people moved, 10 formation flags immediately flew into the sky and wrapped around the 8 boys and 2 girls who were ranked in the top 10 of the new students with a lightning-like speed and trajectory. A 3-star Mysteries Array. This kid is a 3-star Mysteries Formation Symbol Master! At this instant, a few elders and old men in the surroundings revealed surprise. They never expected that the violet-robed young man before them was actually a Spirit Symbol Master, and he was even a Formation Symbol Master that was extremely rare amongst Spirit Symbol Masters. Swish! Swish! In a short instant, the 10 formation flags had already vanished in the air. Space suddenly fluctuated while violent winds whistled through the air, causing sand and rocks to fly and spread throughout the sky. The moment the symbol array appeared, its pressure spread out and enveloped a large area of space. It directly enveloped the top 10 freshmen within the symbol array. Rumble! Space was in chaos. Violent energy was like a terrifying storm around the symbol array, and it whistled and swept through the square. Symbol array! It's a symbol array! The 3,000 freshmen were shocked. Those who were closer instantly retreated explosively. No one wanted to be swept by the symbol array. Instantly, the orderly square formation fell into chaos. The gazes of many instructors and young men changed abruptly, and those who were closer directly flashed and retreated. 10 formation flags! This fellow is a 3-star mysterious level spirit symbol master. LV Jiaxue, Zhao Yu, Liang Dong, and the rest were stunned. They never expected that Du Xiaofu was actually a 3-star mysterious level spirit symbol master, and he was also the most terrifying formation symbol master among spirit symbol masters. It was no wonder that he did not place the freshman in his eyes. Quickly think of a way to break the symbol array. The astonishing energy within the symbol array caused the freshmen outside to be alarmed. The 10 people within the symbol array also shouted and immediately joined forces to break the symbol array. Low and deep sonic booms continuously sounded, but they were unable to break out of the symbol array for the time being. If there was no one who understood symbol arrays, it would be extremely difficult for the 10 of them to forcefully break out of the symbol array after a long time. A 3-star mysterious level spirit symbol master, and a formation symbol master at that. The symbol array he set up is so clean and neat. It's not ordinary. The few large men and old elders were unable to remain calm and were secretly shocked. Even among the freshmen, the purple-robed youth was definitely one of the younger ones. Based on the current situation, if he could participate in the freshman assessment, it would not be a problem for him to obtain first place. Compared to his age, his talent was even more frightening. At this moment, if the elders knew that Du Xiaofu was actually holding back and had directly set up a 3-star perfect symbol array with 12 formation flags, it would be enough to make them suck in a breath of cold air. Thank you, Smiling Beauty, for your bounty. Chapter 203. The formation covered a large portion of the square. Du Xiaofu turned around to look at Elder Liao and asked, Elder Liao, how long do you think it will take for the top 10 new students to break the formation? Elder Liao's eyes twitched when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. His face turned ashen. As a martial lord, he was naturally able to tell that the 10 new students were all extremely extraordinary existences. Their talent was also absolutely terrifying. If they were to seriously fight one-on-one, even if the purple-robed youth before him was extraordinary, he would absolutely not be able to easily condense a symbol array. Earlier, when the youth condensed the symbol array, he also took advantage of the 10 new students being caught off guard. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to escape. Even so, Elder Liao knew that even though the purple-robed young man had taken advantage of the fact that he was a talisman master, he was definitely not an ordinary person. So much so that if this youngster by the name of Du Xiaofu was able to smoothly participate in the new student assessment this time, he would absolutely have a 99% chance of obtaining first place. After all, there was a trace of uncertainty in the test and one's own strength. However, based on the strength that he had displayed so far, if one were to talk about true strength and talent, this young man would absolutely be hard to compare with even among the 3,000 new students. The burly elder and the old man glanced at Du Xiaofu before turning to look at Elder Liao. After which, the burly elder turned to Du Xiaofu and said, Lad, remove your formation. You have already won. Elder Liao will promise you that he will make an exception and allow you to join Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu continued to look at Elder Liao as he asked, Elder Liao, does this count as my victory? You have indeed won. I can make an exception and allow you to join Tianwu Academy. Elder Liao clenched his teeth. His ashen face returned to normal. His originally gloomy eyes even revealed a smile at this moment. However, his smiling eyes caused one to feel uncomfortable. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed one after another. White divine light appeared around his body, rippling with waves that could make people dizzy. Then, the runes within the astonishingly large talisman array moved. Finally, 10 array flags were condensed out of thin air and returned to Du Xiaofu's hand, turning into rune energy and disappearing into his body. Crash! The talisman array disappeared, and the violent energy storm swept out. After reaching a certain distance, it abruptly stopped and disappeared. Dang dang! Among the 10 boys and girls there were a few who staggered back. They seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. They must have suffered a lot inside the glyph array. On the other hand, the two delicate and pretty girls and the tall and slender youth seemed to be at ease despite the slight change in their expressions. They were able to deal with the glyph array with ease and didn't seem to be in a sorry state. Cheng Chao, who was ranked fourth, had an ominous glint in his eyes. After making a fool of himself in front of all the freshmen, he wanted nothing more than to use his strongest trump card to send that purple-robed brat flying with a single slap. He thought that if he had made preparations earlier, the other party's glyph array wouldn't have been able to trap him. "Little bastard, what's the point of launching a sneak attack? I won't let you off!" After shouting, Ching Chao didn't immediately use his strongest trump card. Instead, he went all out. His cultivation at the peak of the pulsation realm burst forth, and his profound energy surged, causing the space to tremble violently. The runes on his body flickered, and his aura was terrifying and extraordinary. It was obvious that his cultivation technique wasn't ordinary. His aura was much stronger than other cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Extraordinary! When the burly and elderly elders saw Ching Chao making his move, they couldn't help but nod in approval. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, Cheng Chao instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with coldness as he condensed a fist that was wrapped in the light of runes. The wind from the fist whistled, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The ground under his feet cracked continuously. This fist was terrifying and astonishing. It was difficult for people of the same cultivation realm to resist. It was probably enough to deal with opponents of a higher cultivation realm. "Which eye of yours saw me launching a sneak attack? Now you're the one launching a sneak attack, right? I hate people who launch sneak attacks the most. You're asking for a beating." Du Xiaofu raised his head, his deep eyes unwavering as he looked at the incoming punch. It was as if the punch was about to shatter the ripples in the air, but he did not retreat in the slightest. With a shake of his arm, he spread out his 5 fingers and lightly blocked Ching Chao's fist with one hand. Rumble! The air waves collided and the space rumbled. Ching Chao's fist fell directly on Du Xiaofu's palm. A powerful force swept out, causing the surrounding air to tremble like a storm. However, Du Xiaofu, who was in the center of the storm, didn't retreat half a step. His body didn't even tremble. He directly resisted Ching Chao's fist that was powerful enough to fight against opponents of a higher cultivation realm. "Oh my God!" This time, all the elders, mentors, and even those extraordinary young men and women among the new students saw clearly that the purple-robed young man didn't use any defensive martial skills or secret techniques. He only used his physical strength to resist Ching Chao's fist. How terrifying was his physical strength! It was simply shocking. At this moment, Cheng Chao's face suddenly froze. Then, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He felt that his fist had hit an indestructible rock. His opponent was unharmed, and the rebounding force was about to shatter his fist. He immediately felt uneasy and wanted to retreat immediately. Oh no! At this moment, Cheng Chao's face changed. He realized that his fist was trapped in the other party's palm, and he was unable to break free. There seemed to be a huge suction force in the other party's palm, causing him to be unable to break free. "Do you want to retreat? I'll send you!" Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, a faint golden glow gushing out from his body. His palm directly grabbed Ching Chao's fist, and a tyrannical and sharp aura was suddenly released at this moment. It was as if a ferocious beast had suddenly awakened, and with a sudden jerk, he lifted Ching Chao off the ground. With a wave of his hand, Du Xiaofu viciously threw Ching Chao into the air, as if he was using Ching Chao as a horse harness. This time, it wasn't difficult for everyone to see that the aura of the purple-robed young man was definitely not that of a spiritual talisman master. That terrifying physical strength and overbearing aura definitely came from a martial cultivator. Martial cultivator, this kid is not only a spiritual talisman master, but also a martial cultivator. Another genius who cultivates both martial arts and talisman Taoism. Everyone was shocked. That kid wasn't only a spiritual talisman master, but also a martial cultivator. Although there were people who cultivated both talisman Taoism and martial arts in Tianwu Academy, There were only two of them. Those two were terrifying existences on the martial ranking, but they were unreachable existences. Bang! Bang! Dozens of meters away, Qing Chao's slightly plump body fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. The ground trembled from the impact, and shattered rocks shot out. Cracks appeared on the ground around him one after another. After struggling for a while, Qing Chao struggled to get up. The arm that he had thrown out earlier was spasming, and the sharp pain caused him to let out a groan. Then, the blood in his body surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Poochie! As the blood spurted out, Qing Chao's body retreated once again. Then, as if his body had suffered some kind of impact, his body fell to the ground again. Everyone looked at Qing Chao. They wanted to laugh, but they held back their laughter. Their gazes were filled with pity. This was especially so for the freshman. Because Qing Chao was extremely arrogant during the test, many freshmen were delighted to see him being trampled on. The other freshmen in the top 10 were also looking at Du Xiaofu. Their gazes were filled with shock. The tall and straight young man, who had been rather carefree in the glyph formation, and the young girl in the blue dress, other than the short-braided girl, looked at each other. Then, their gazes fell firmly on Du Xiaofu. Gu Gu, Zhang Yu, Lvjiashue, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They were petrified and were speechless. This was too shocking. This fellow is actually so strong! Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. He recalled that not long ago, he had patted his chest and promised that if Du Xiaofu was a freshman, he would definitely protect him from having his points snatched. But at this moment, he realized that with Du Xiaofu's strength, there was no need for him to protect him. It should be the other party protecting him instead. The freshmen of Tianwu Academy are indeed strong. This is an eye-opener for me. Du Xiaofu clapped his hands with a smile. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. However, they could only sulk. Lad, you're Du Xiaofu, right? You can stay in Tianwu Academy. I believe that Elder Liao will make an exception for you. The burly man recalled that the purple-robed young man before him had introduced himself. He seemed to be the cousin of Ouyang Shuang, a disciple on the martial roll. They definitely couldn't miss out on such a talented disciple. If they were to miss out on this opportunity, the inner elders would definitely question them. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said to the burly man, I'm not interested in joining Tianwu Academy. It's fine if I don't join such an academy. I'll leave after meeting the two of you. Who? Hearing those words, the burly man and the old man's faces changed. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this lad didn't join Tianwu Academy, the inner elders would definitely settle the score with them. What kind of place is Tianwu Academy? Do you think that you can meet anyone you want? Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke in a deep voice. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered and he replied in a deep voice. I've already won. You promised me, are you going back on your words? Elder Liao sneered. Why would I go back on my words to a lad like you? I said that if you won, I would make an exception for you to join Tianwu Academy. I didn't agree to let you meet anyone in Tianwu Academy. If you aren't willing to join Tianwu Academy, you can leave. Chapter 204. This old fellow is clearly trying to cheat, Du Xiaofu thought. After pondering for a moment, his gaze flickered. So what if he were to join Tianwu Academy? It wouldn't be too late for him to leave after visiting his elder sister and that tomboy Ouyang Shuang. Would Tianwu Academy be able to stop him then? Who? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath. He had to find out more about Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. He couldn't just leave in a fit of pique. Looking at Elder Liao, a smile appeared in his eyes and he said, All right, Tianwu Academy it is. I agree to it. Hearing those words, the burly elder and elder heaved a sigh of relief. Changming, bring him to the Miscellaneous Affairs office. He will start from there once he joins Tianwu Academy. Elder Liao sneered coldly as he instructed a young man who seemed to be an instructor. It was the young instructor from before. Yes. The young man nodded at Elder Liao. Then, he glanced at Du Xiaofu with a malicious look in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and said to Du Xiaofu, "Kid, come with me to report to the chore office." "Miscellaneous affairs office?" Du Xiaogang was taken aback. Hearing the words miscellaneous affairs office, it didn't seem like he was heading to a good place. "Elder Liao, this Du Xiaofu's talent is quite good. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to place him in the chore department?" The man in short clothes and the others immediately said to Elder Liao, "Everyone, this lad has missed the registration and examination. According to the rules of Tianwu Academy, he is no longer allowed to enter Tianwu Academy. There are no exceptions. Seeing that this lad's talent isn't bad, I made an exception and allowed him to enter the miscellaneous affairs office. This is already a violation of the rules of Tianwu Academy. I will head to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment later. If he were to become a student directly, it would be against the rules. The rules of Tianwu Academy cannot be broken," Elder Liao said to the other elders. His standing seemed to be higher than the other elders. Hearing that Elder Liao was going to head to the enforcement hall to receive his punishment, and even mentioned the rules of Tianwu Academy, the other elders were at a loss for words. "Kid, why aren't you coming with me?" The young man named Chang Ming had already walked to the front. After a few steps, he saw that Du Xiaofu did not follow him, so he immediately turned around to urge him. "Let's go to the chores department then." Du Xiaofu thought to himself. In any case, he would leave Tianwu Academy after meeting his elder sister and ensuring Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu's safety. Thus, it didn't matter where he went. With such thoughts in mind, Du Xiaofu shook his purple robes and followed the young instructor into Tianwu Academy. He was actually sent to the chore house. No matter how strong his talent is, he won't be able to display it. His talent is indeed strong, but he has offended an elder. That's the end of his life. Hearing that the purple-robed youth was actually arranged to enter the chore house by an elder, many of the 3,000 new students had regretful gazes. With such talent, it wouldn't take long for him to be destroyed in the chore division. They knew what kind of place the chore division was. "Bastard, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later in the chore division." Seeing that Du Xiaofu was sent to the chore house, Qing Chao's blood-stained lips curled into a cold sneer. "Arrange for all new students to report to the academy." Elder Liao waved his hands to the young male and female instructors. Then, he turned to look at Du Xiaofu's back and a slight ripple appeared in his eyes. Tianwu Academy was simple and unadorned. The limestone flooring, the buildings, and the continuous mountain peaks made the place look like a painting. So, from time to time, there were Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators flying in the air, shuttling through the mountain peaks. Bang! 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 Sonic booms could be heard in the distance. Looking through the gaps between the mountain peaks, it seemed as though there were students diligently practicing their battle techniques. Walking into Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu felt a heavy and boundless aura assailing his nostrils. It was as though he could sense the aura of the experts of Tianwu Academy. This was also the place where his drunkard father once stayed. I wonder what my drunkard father was like when he was here. Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't help but tremble when he thought about the path he was walking on. He didn't know where his drunkard father was at this moment. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked over. Not far from the entrance of the academy, there was an enormous jade stone that was over 30 meters tall standing on a flat square. The jade stone was simple and unadorned, resembling a heavenly ruler that pierced into the ground. It was cyan in color, and runes could be seen on it. A majestic aura could be felt from it. This majestic aura caused Du Xiaofu to feel suffocated for a moment. Following which, Du Xiaofu looked up and saw many names neatly arranged on the jade stone. It was like a ranking board that every student who entered Tianwu Academy could see. On the jade stone, Du Xiaofu saw the name at the very end. It was Ouyang Shuang. The 3 words flickered like runes, looking as though they were alive. It was extremely profound. Then, Du Xiaofu looked up and saw the 5 names at the top of the list glistening with golden light, dazzling everyone who looked at them. General, Gu Xinyan, Gui Hua, Wu Kei, Gui Xiaofeng. 5 dazzling golden names shone brightly like the rising sun, illuminating every single disciple who entered Tianwu Academy. At this moment, the young instructor who was leading Du Xiaofu to the miscellaneous affairs office stared at the names at the top of the ranking list in awe. Those people were existences that the students of Tianwu Academy could only hope to reach. As an instructor, he could only look up to them. This should be Tianwu Academy's martial ranking, Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. On the back of the flying demonic beast, he had heard Zhang Yu and the others mention the martial ranking. It was said that the martial ranking was a ranking of the top 100 students in Tianwu Academy. Those who could enter the martial ranking were all geniuses of the heavens. Du Xiaofu glanced at the 100 names before looking at the name at the very end. He pursed his lips and said softly, "Since this tomboy can appear on the martial ranking, I should be able to do it as well. Let's go. This is an expert on the martial ranking. You won't stand a chance." The young instructor retracted his gaze and glanced at Du Xiaofu before saying coldly, "You sure don't know what's good for you. You even dared to offend Elder Liao. Behave yourself in the chore house. If you break the rules, even I won't let you off, let alone Elder Liao. Tianwu Academy isn't a place where you can do as you please just because you have some talent. There is no lack of talented individuals in Tianwu Academy. Don't think that you can be an exception just because you have some talent." Du Xiaofu also retracted his gaze from the martial ranking. He looked at the young instructor's gaze and smiled faintly. His smile seemed harmless as he said, "Don't blame me for not telling you. In the Dark Forest I have killed at least 9 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators, if not 10. You are only at the mysterious Pulse Spirit Realm. If you don't want me to beat you up, don't provoke me." Hearing those words, the young instructor's gaze trembled. He stared at Du Xiaofu, but he didn't know if Du Xiaofu was speaking the truth. He didn't believe that this brat could deal with a Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator. However, not long ago, he saw some shocking results and couldn't make a judgment. His lips twitched and he asked Du Xiaofu, "Brat, what do you mean by that?" "I don't mean anything. Just don't provoke me." Du Xiaofu's eyes were clear as he replied seriously. At the same time, he continued to walk past the young instructor and said, "Bring me to the chore house." Humph! A cold snort came from the young instructor's throat. He didn't expect this young man called Du Xiaofu to look down on him. "Brat, how dare you be so arrogant after offending Elder Liao? I will kill you sooner or later." After letting out a cold snort, the young man's mood seemed to have improved quite a bit. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he strode after Du Xiaofu. However, what made him a little depressed was that he was clearly the one who was supposed to bring the kid to the chore house. But at this moment, it seemed like he was the one following the kid. After an hour, Du Xiaofu was finally brought to a courtyard building. "Greetings, instructor." "Greetings, instructor." Along the way, many young men and women bowed respectfully when they saw the young instructor. In front of these young men and women, the young instructor's eyes were quite arrogant. He seemed unapproachable and unapproachable. Then, he led Du Xiaofu through several corridors and arrived outside a courtyard. "Instructor Changming, why are you here?" A slightly plump man immediately ran out of the courtyard and looked at the young mentor with a smile on his face. His smile was like a blooming flower, and he was very respectful and enthusiastic. He said, "Is there anything that needs to be repaired? Or does Mentor Changming's courtyard need to be cleaned? I'll immediately arrange for someone to do it. There is nothing much today. I just brought someone to you. You can order him around. If he doesn't listen and violates the rules of the chore house, don't be polite. Do everything according to the rules." Changming glanced at Du Xiaofu and said to the plump man, "Yes, I will do as you say." The plump man nodded his head. He lowered his head and glanced at Du Xiaofu with a doubtful gaze. However, this large man did indeed have some doubts in his heart. In the recent recruitment of new students, according to the rules of previous years, among the new students who did not meet the requirements, a group of registered students would also be recruited from those new students who did not meet the requirements. To put it nicely, registered students were allowed to cultivate in Tianwu Academy. However, those in the know knew that registered students were just odd job workers. They couldn't be compared to real students. Chapter 205. The unnamed students of Tianwu Academy had plenty of chores to do every day. The students of Tianwu Academy, especially the freshmen, had yet to reach the point where they didn't need to eat, drink, or defecate. Even the instructors were no exception. In fact, there were quite a few elders who would occasionally indulge in a sumptuous meal. Thus, the chores such as cooking, fetching water, chopping firewood, repairing the courtyard, cleaning, and farming were all left to the unnamed students. Those unnamed students who were slightly stronger and more intelligent would have the opportunity to take care of the spirit herbs in the herb fields of the academy. That way, they would gain some status in the academy, and their status wouldn't be lower than the official students of Tianwu Academy. In fact, in some cases, their status might even be higher than some of the official students. Thus, after Tianwu Academy's recruitment examination every 3 years, many young men and women who failed the examination would consider becoming Tianwu Academy's unnamed students. With the allure of being able to cultivate in Tianwu Academy never lacked unnamed students. In fact, there were plenty of people who wanted to become unnamed students of Tianwu Academy. It was said that the number of unnamed students in Tianwu Academy wasn't much lower than the number of official students of Tianwu Academy. Over the past few days, there had been quite a number of people sent to the miscellaneous hall. Not long ago, the last batch of unnamed students had been sent over as well. However, they were currently arranged to stay in the dormitory for the unnamed students. Looking at the young man who was sent here alone by Instructor Changming, the chubby man couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that this young man offended Instructor Changming? Otherwise, why would he be sent here first? According to the procedure, he should be sent to the registered student dormitory first. I'll leave him to you. Look after him properly. After speaking, Changming looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered coldly before turning around to leave. Instructor Changming. Just as the young man was about to turn around and leave, Du Xiaofu suddenly called out to the young instructor called Changming. When the instructor turned around, Du Xiaofu revealed a smile. His eyes were smiling as he said, I'll have to trouble Instructor Changming to go back and tell Elder Liao that I will properly stay in the chore department. I know that Elder Liao must have sent me here for my own good. I will visit him another day when I have the time. Humph! Changming snorted coldly. He thought to himself, is this brat scared now? He wants to lower his head and admit his mistake. Now that he has offended Elder Liao, he can forget about leaving the chore house. He will never have the chance to leave the chore house again. Changming turned around to glance at Du Xiaofu, and then he didn't stay any longer before turning around and leaving once more. However, Changming didn't notice the surprised look in the chubby man's eyes. Instead, he was staring at Du Xiaofu. He thought that this young man had offended Instructor Changming, but now it seemed that this young man was sent here by Elder Liao. Moreover, he had an extraordinary relationship with Elder Liao. Changming was afraid that this young man was only temporarily staying in the chore house. It wouldn't take long for him to be sent out. What's your name? What's your relationship with Elder Liao? The chubby man asked Du Xiaofu with a gentle look on his face. His attitude was very good. In his imagination, no matter why this young man came to the chore house, it must be related to Elder Liao. He naturally couldn't treat this young man as an ordinary registered disciple. Maybe in a few days, this young man would climb over his head. My name is Du Xiaofu. As for my relationship with Elder Liao, you don't need to ask. It won't do you any good to know too much, Du Xiaofu said to the chubby man. Looking at the chubby man's expression, he knew that his last words had worked. In order to make his life in the chore house more comfortable, he had to borrow Elder Liao's name. Just as Du Xiaofu had expected, these people didn't dare to disrespect Elder Liao. May I know how I should address Senior? Can you introduce me to the chore house? As I was late in registering for Tianwu Academy, Elder Liao asked me to stay in the chore house for a few days. However, I don't know much about the chore house, so I'll have to trouble Senior. Du Xiaofu continued asking the chubby man. In such a situation, the more fearless he was, the less suspicious the other party would be. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the chubby man stared at Du Xiaofu. Judging from the latter's tone and disposition, there wasn't the slightest doubt in his mind. He was certain that this young man named Du Xiaofu had a deep relationship with Elder Liao. It was no wonder Elder Liao arranged for this young man to stay in the chore house. It turned out that he was late in registering for Tianwu Academy. According to the rules of Tianwu Academy, one couldn't become a student of Tianwu Academy directly. However, if one became a write-in student, it was fine for him to stay in the chore house. Every year, there would be write-in students who would stand out and become an official disciple of Tianwu Academy. With Elder Liao's care, this young man would definitely become an official student soon. In the future, it would be easy for him to become an instructor. Thinking of this, the chubby man's attitude improved. Welcome to Tianwu Academy, Junior Du. My name is Jean Yanbing, but you can call me Senior Jean. I'm mainly in charge of some matters in the chore house. There are a few instructors above me, but they don't usually come to the chore house. Normally, I'll be the one in charge here. Let me send you to the write-in student dormitory first. On the way, I'll explain the chore house to you. Then I'll have to thank Senior Jean. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. Following which, he took out an animal-grade Parametha realm pill and passed it to Jean Yanbing. With a smile, he said, I'll have to rely on Senior Yanbing to take care of me in the future. I might have to rely on Junior Du to take care of me in the future. I hope that Junior Du won't forget about me when the time comes. Jean Yanbing was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. An animal-grade Parametha realm pill was extremely valuable to someone like him who was at the Great Circle of Pulsation Realm. Normally, write-in students would give him animal-grade Parametha realm pills, but not many of them would be so generous. Following which, he kept the pill into his sleeves without leaving a trace. From the way he did it, it was likely that this wasn't the first time he did it. Actually, Du Xiaofu wasn't being generous. Instead, it was because the Medicine King had taken away all the Qiankuan pouches that he had obtained back then. Originally, he still had quite a number of pills in his Qiankuan pouch. However, during the 2 days of recuperation, he had used up quite a number of pills. There weren't many pills and elixirs left. This animal-grade Parametha realm pill was the lowest grade he had on him. In order to make his days in Tianwu Academy more comfortable, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to take out a pill to bribe Jean Yanbing. Junior Du, let's go. After accepting Du Xiaofu's pill, Jean Yanbing's attitude became even more enthusiastic. He led Du Xiaofu to the write-in students' dormitory. Along the way, Du Xiaofu gained a rough understanding of the situation in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office from Jean Yanbing. Every write-in student had to do some chores in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office every day. Only after the chores were completed would they have time to cultivate. Those who didn't would be punished. Every 10 days to half a month, there might even be a teacher who would casually explain the problems they faced in their cultivation. To put it simply, the Miscellaneous Affairs Office was a place where all of the write-in students were in charge of the miscellaneous chores in Tianwu Academy. To put it bluntly, the write-in students were the odd-job workers of Tianwu Academy. On the other hand, the official disciples of Tianwu Academy were only in charge of cultivating. Even though there might be 1 or 2 write-in students every year who managed to rise through the ranks and become an official disciple, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In terms of talent, those who became write-in students were already inferior to official students. On top of that, write-in students were lacking in cultivation resources and didn't have much time to cultivate. Thus, it wouldn't take long for them to fall further and further behind the official students. In the end, it would only be a matter of time before they became official students of Tianwu Academy. That bastard, to think that he would arrange for me to be in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office. He is clearly bullying me. After learning of the situation in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office from Jean Yanbing, Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. That Elder Liao must have purposely set him up. Not far away from the Miscellaneous Affairs Office, there were several lush mountains. In the flat valley beneath the mountains, there was a stretch of courtyard buildings. In front of the courtyard buildings, Jin Yanbing said to Du Xiaofu, Junior Du, this is the dormitory for the Right-In students. I've arranged for a clean and elegant dormitory for you. Thank you, Senior Jin, Du Xiaofu replied. Then, his gaze landed on the back of the mountain in front of him. There was a stretch of mountains there, and the lush greenery covered the exquisite carvings of the buildings. Those are the dormitories of the official students. They are naturally much better than the dormitories of the nominal students. The higher level ones are the residences of the instructors. If one is able to step onto the martial ranking, one would have the qualifications to have a mountain to cultivate on. Even the instructors do not have such treatment. Jin Yanbing's eyes also revealed a yearning expression as he followed Du Xiaofu's gaze. I wonder if Drunkard Father was an official student back then. Could it be that he was a Right-In student as well? Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze from the mountain in front of him, and a smile crept onto his face. Junior Du, I believe that with Elder Liao's care, it won't be long before you become an official student. Seeing the smile on Du Xiaofu's face, Jin Yanbing thought that Du Xiaofu was thinking about how he would be able to move into the official student dormitory soon. Chapter 206. Each dormitory was a small courtyard, and there were 4 rooms in each courtyard. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the dormitory, he found out from Jin Yanbing that the other 3 rooms were occupied by honorary students. The 3 of them were called Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji. Coincidentally, he met the 3 of them in a small hall in the dormitory. Greetings, Senior Jin. Upon seeing Jin Yanbing, the 3 of them quickly bowed respectfully. Their gazes were also curiously on Du Xiaofu. There's no need for formalities. This is Junior Du Xiaofu. You guys should get to know each other better in the future. Jin Yanbing stood with his hands behind his back and introduced the 3 of them to Du Xiaofu enthusiastically. Junior Lu, let me introduce them to you. This is Wu Qingfeng, the one in the middle is Zhang Wei, and the last one is Sun Ji. In the future you guys will be roommates in the same dormitory and can take care of each other. Du Xiaofu looked over and saw that the 3 of them were around 16 or 17 years old. 2 of them had the aura of Xiantian Realm consummation, while the other was at Xiantian Realm Pinnacle Xiantian Realm. Wu Qingfeng appeared to be slightly more mature. He was tall and had a straight figure. His face was rather handsome, and he emitted a heavy aura. Sun Ji appeared to be the youngest. His eyes were bright, and he seemed to be rather quick-witted. However, his cultivation was the lowest, and was only at Xiantian Realm Nirvana Realm. Zhang Wei might not be tall, but he had a muscular body. His hair was slightly curled, and under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were black and bright. Junior Du, this is the Academy's badge and point card. Drip your blood on it, and it will be activated. The badge is the symbol of Tianwu Academy. It proves that you are a part of Tianwu Academy and will follow you for the rest of your life. The point card is used to accumulate points. If you don't know anything, you can ask Wu Qingfeng and the other 2. The 4 of you should get to know each other better. Come to the chore office tomorrow morning. There will be some chores for you guys to do. Jin Yanbing handed Du Xiaofu a badge and a jade token made of unknown materials before leaving the courtyard. Take care, Senior Jin. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji bowed politely to send Jin Yanbing off. They had just arrived at Tianwu Academy, and they were under the jurisdiction of the Miscellaneous Affairs Division. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend Jin Yanbing. Phew! Looking at Jin Yanbing's departing figure, Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath. Come to think of it, he had officially entered Tianwu Academy. Now that our dormitory is complete, the 4 of us will probably be staying in Tianwu Academy for a few years. This can be considered fate. After seeing Jin Yanbing walk away, Sun Ji raised his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, The 3 of us have already gotten to know each other. Wu Qingfeng is the oldest, 18 years old this year, Zhang Wei is 17, and I am the youngest, 15 years and 4 months old. Brother Du, what about you? I'm 16. Du Xiaofu smiled calmly. I've long noticed that you should be older than me. Sure enough, I was right. Hearing those words, Sunji smiled and raised his eyebrows. After which, he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "However, you are younger than the other two. In the future, you will be the third in our dormitory, I will be the fourth, and they will be the eldest and second. I hope that the four of us can become official students of Tianwu Academy in the future." "That's right, I hope that the four of us can become official students of Tianwu Academy in the future." Jiang Wei nodded. "I didn't expect that I would be the eldest in our dormitory despite being the fourth in our family. I'm sorry to have taken advantage of you." Wu Qifeng had a tall and handsome figure. However, his words carried a simple and honest tone. He scratched the back of his head, seemingly a little embarrassed. "You're the oldest, so you're naturally the eldest in our dormitory. However, being the eldest doesn't mean that you'll be taking advantage of us. You have to protect us in the future." Sunji smiled. "Hee hee." Wu Qingfeng chuckled. "That's not a problem. We'll be brothers in the future." "That's right, we'll be brothers in the future." Jiang Wei nodded his head and his eyes shone brightly. Du Xiaofu smiled and nodded his head. The four of them weren't too far apart in age, so there wasn't any awkwardness between them. Soon, they became familiar with one another. After which, Wu Qingfeng, Jiang Wei, and Sunji enthusiastically brought Du Xiaofu to Du Xiaofu's room. There was only a bed and a square table in the room. There was an average-sized window in the room, and the decorations were simple. However, it was clean and tidy. However, Du Xiaofu didn't stay in his room for long before he was pulled out by Sunji, Jiang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng for a chat. After they became familiar with one another, they started chatting about everything under the sun. From their conversation, Du Xiaofu found out that the three of them were eliminated from Tianwu Academy's freshman examination a few days ago. The examination was filled with danger. There were formations to obstruct the examination and there were battles between demonic beasts. Wu Qingfeng and Jiang Wei nearly entered the top 3,000 freshmen, but due to their bad luck, they were eliminated at the last moment. Thus, they ended up among the right-in students. However, their treatment was slightly better. This dormitory was considered one of the better ones among all the dormitories. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay here. Sun Ji, on the other hand, was eliminated very early and was also the first person to come to this dormitory. According to Sun Ji, it seemed that he had given Jin Yambing some benefits, which was why he was given special care. This kid had already familiarized himself with the situation here. Sun Ji was a chatterbox, as though he had an endless amount of things to say. He even told Wu Qingfeng, Jiang Wei, and Du Xiaofu about the news that he had heard. For example, the benefits that he had given to Jin Yambing and the other instructors would allow him to have an easier time in his chores. If he had the opportunity to be recommended to plant spirit herbs in the herb farm, he would be able to enjoy an easy and prestigious job. It was much better than some of the official disciples of the academy. Let me tell you, the most frightening thing isn't chopping firewood or picking dung, but mining the Black Stone Cavern. I heard that it is the most difficult job. Sun Ji whispered to the three of them. I heard that mining the Black Stone Cavern can even tire one to death. The four of them chatted about everything under the sun. Du Xiaofu listened the most but spoke the least. He was playing with the Tianwu Academy emblem and point card that Jin Yambing had given him. Emblem. My drunkard father had one too? After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu took out a dagger from his cosmos sack. He made a small cut on his index finger, and dripped a droplet of faint golden blood onto the emblem. In an instant, a dazzling glow emanated from the emblem before it fell silent. It is quite profound. I should study it when I have the time. As the blood dripped onto the emblem, Du Xiaofu felt an invisible connection between him and the emblem. If they were closer, he would be able to sense the existence of the emblem. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could sense the auras of Wu Qingfeng, Jiang Wei, and Sun Ji through the emblem. It was as though they were connected to his emblem. Third brother, this emblem has many uses. For example, it can sense the aura of one's companions. As long as one is a student of Tianwu Academy, they will be able to sense one another within a certain range. When Sun Ji saw Du Xiaofu dripping a droplet of blood onto the emblem, he reminded Du Xiaofu. Drip a droplet of blood onto your point card as well. This point card is very important, and all students of Tianwu Academy, regardless of whether they are honorary students or formal students, will have one. Hearing Sun Ji's words, Du Xiaofu dripped another droplet of blood onto his point card with interest. Qi! As the blood dripped onto the card, the runes on the point card glowed brightly and a series of numbers appeared on it. We're just registered students, so we only have 10 points in our cards. Unlike the official students who have 100 points in their cards, sigh. Looking at the numbers on Du Xiaofu's point card, Zhang Wei sighed. It can't be helped. Honorary students like us are naturally incomparable to formal students. If we have the chance to become formal students, we will be the same as them, Wu Qingfeng said. At the mention of formal students, his eyes were filled with yearning. Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, Du Xiaofu asked the trio in puzzlement. What are the points used for? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Sun Ji looked at Du Xiaofu doubtfully and said, Points are extremely useful in Tianwu Academy. Without points, it would be difficult for you to move around in Tianwu Academy. Third brother, I'll explain it to you like this. In the academy, points can be exchanged for elixirs, cultivation methods, martial skills, formations, spirit tools, spirit herbs, and all sorts of cultivation items of equal value. Even food costs points. In Tianwu Academy, cultivation coins are useless. Everything depends on points. Zhang Wei looked at Du Xiaofu and said in one breath, As registered students, when the points card is activated for the first time, we will have 10 points. After that, we will have a basic 5 points every month. However, official students will have 10 times more points than us. Moreover, official students will have different basic points every month according to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the more points you will have. I see. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. Points in Tianwu Academy were equivalent to cultivation coins in the outside world. They could be used to purchase anything. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and asked the trio, May I know what level of battle technique and elixir I can buy with 10 points? A set of initial stage animal grade battle technique, or an initial stage animal grade elixir. Wu Qingfeng replied to Du Xiaofu. 10 points aren't enough. Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, Du Xiaofu muttered. According to what Wu Qingfeng said, 10 points were insufficient in Tianwu Academy. Frowning, he asked, Is there any way to earn points? Of course there is. Every student in Tianwu Academy will earn points for their cultivation. Chapter 207. Sun Ji's bright eyes flickered as he looked at Du Xiaofu, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng and said, Boss, old second, old third, I have already asked around. There are many ways to earn points in Tianwu Academy. For example, you can head to the Adventurer's Zone or the Dark Forest to search for spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and materials. There are also sparring matches between students in the academy where points can be used as stakes. Other than that, you can also earn points by becoming a member of the enforcement team. You can also exchange pills, spiritual artifacts, battle techniques, and spiritual herbs that you don't need for points. After pausing for a moment, Sun Ji continued. There is one last way to earn points, which is to look for the people on the Academy's bounty list. As long as you can capture those people, or directly kill them and provide evidence, you will be able to obtain the corresponding points. The points on the bounty list are usually extremely high. Bounty board? Hearing Sun Ji's words, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Old third, don't tell me you don't even know about the bounty board? Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, Zhang Wei was puzzled. That's not it, but I do know a little about the bounty board. A bitter smile flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes. How could he not know about the bounty board? It was said that his drunkard's father had been ranked second on the bounty board for a long time. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Wu Qingfeng gave a silly smile and said to Sun Ji, Old four, let's forget about this last method. With the cultivation and strength of the four of us, it's not appropriate to look for people on the bounty board to earn points. Be careful, we might even lose our lives. I've heard that the people on the Academy's bounty board are all extremely powerful existences. They are not easy to deal with. That's true. Let's look for other ways to earn points. Sun Ji clicked his tongue before turning to Du Xiaofu and saying, Old Third, if we can avoid going out this month, remember that. Why? Du Xiaofu asked with a perplexed expression. Because there will be points snatching this month. If we can avoid going out, we should avoid going out. Otherwise, our pitiful 10 points will be snatched away by others, Zhang Wei said. Snatching points. Du Xiaofu had heard about it from Zhang Yu, but he didn't pay much attention to it back then. In fact, he didn't even know what points were used for. He only heard that the seniors could snatch the points of the freshmen. Can points be used to snatch points? Du Xiaofu asked the trio. Of course. I've heard that many seniors intend to snatch the points from the freshmen, but they can only do so during this month. Sun Ji seemed to have gotten to the bottom of the matter and replied to Du Xiaofu. I heard that this is a tradition of Tianwu Academy. Every batch of freshmen would have their points snatched by the seniors, and the seniors would call it filial piety. All of the point cards could be transferred automatically. If the point cards were close to each other, the point card that was infused with Xianqi would be able to devour the points of the other party. In this 1 month, Tianwu Academy had tacitly acknowledged that seniors were allowed to snatch points from freshmen. However, other than points, they were not allowed to snatch anything else. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the Academy. After a month, the Academy will also prohibit all fights and robberies. Any conflicts between students in the Academy will have to be resolved in the Peace Square. Fights are allowed in the Peace Square. Of course, no lives can be taken. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. You sure know a lot about this. Du Xiaofu smiled at Sun Ji. There was really nothing that this fellow didn't know. Sun Ji smiled and replied, I spent a huge sum of money to find out about this. Only by being well informed can one avoid many detours. We are freshmen and are still right-in students, so it's best for us to play it safe. However, we don't have to worry too much. As right-in students, we have the benefits of being right-in students. The seniors won't be interested in our points, so it's unlikely that they will snatch our points. I hope that the seniors will snatch our points. At the very least, it would mean that they still think highly of us and wouldn't treat us as mere servants. Zhang Wei said. Peng peng. Just as Zhang Wei's voice fell, there seemed to be a low muffled sound of energy coming from not far away. It seems to be coming from the dormitory next door. Wu Qingfeng frowned. Let's go and take a look. What happened? Sun Ji stood up and walked out of the dormitory. Let's go and take a look as well. Zhang Wei stood up and followed behind. Third brother, let's go and take a look as well. Wu Qingfeng stood up and said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and stood up to follow behind Wu Qingfeng. The four of them immediately walked out of the dormitory. Just as they walked out of the dormitory, the door to the dormitory was pushed open by someone. Creak. The door to the dormitory was pushed open and four youths walked in. Looking at Sun Ji and the other three, their gazes revealed a smile that was not a smile. Behind the four of them, there seemed to be quite a number of young boys and girls watching from afar. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to approach. Not good, it's Su Yang. Seeing the leader of the four youths, a yellow-clothed youth, Zhang Wei's face immediately changed. Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and the other two's faces immediately turned serious. Who is Su Yang? Seeing the expressions of the three, Du Xiaofu asked the three of them in a low voice. This guy is quite famous in the exam. Originally, he definitely had hopes of entering the top 3,000. However, during the training exam, he and another person called Ping Gang blindly offended someone they should not have offended. In the end, they were kicked out of the exam. In the end, they could only become honorary students like us. Zhang Wei said to Du Xiaofu in a low voice, Third brother, be careful later. Do not offend this Su Yang. This person has already reached the pulse realm. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. We are not his match. So you're all here. It's good that you're all here. The four of you, hand over your point cards. Just as Zhang Wei was speaking, the yellow-clothed youth had already opened his mouth to speak. He was about 17 or 18 years old. His eyes were filled with arrogance, and there was a sinister sneer in his eyes. He did not put Sun Ji and the other three in his eyes at all. Point cards. Hearing this, Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng's faces immediately changed. Even an idiot could tell that this Su Yang was actually here to snatch points. He acted really quickly. They guessed that the older students had not even made a move on the freshmen yet. The three of them trembled. Just a moment ago, they were saying that they should try their best not to go out for a month. Who would have thought that someone would actually come to the dormitory and snatch points from honorary students? What they feared would happen. Wu Qingfeng's eyes moved, and he took a step forward. As the boss of the dormitory, he naturally had to step forward at this moment. Looking at the yellow-clothed youth, he said, Su Yang, we are all honorary students, and we don't have many points. Is there a need to do this? Noisy. Hand over your points, and you'll suffer less physical pain. Next door is an example. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The youth called Su Yang did not put Wu Qingfeng in his eyes at all. There was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were very gloomy. Su Yang, is it not done yet? My neighbor has already done it. If you don't hand over your point cards, I'll beat you half to death and make you obedient. In the end, didn't you obediently come out? Following Su Yang's words, another four youths walked in from outside the courtyard. Among them, the leading brown-clothed youth was playing with a point card in his hand. He only glanced at Sun Ji and the other three, and then said to Su Yang with a smile, Why don't you give this dormitory to me, and the next one will be yours? Ping Gang is also here. They are joining forces to snatch the points of the honorary students. After Zhang Wei looked at the leading brown-clothed youth, his expression became even more serious. The expressions on Sun Ji and Wu Qingfeng's faces were not any better. Ping Gang, this dormitory is mine. You can just watch. There's no need for you to interfere. After seeing the brown-clothed youth, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked at Wu Qingfeng, Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Du Xiaofu. Faint, profound energy surged around his body, and an aura of the early stage of the pulsation realm erupted. He said in a deep voice, If the four of you don't want to be beaten, then obediently hand over your point cards. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson every time I see you. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji exchanged glances with each other as their expressions changed. In the end, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and take out their point cards. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Their strength was not a match for the other party, and there was no way they could protect their points. Thus, they might as well hand them over. Here. Wu Qingfeng's face darkened. Simple and honest did not mean that he was easy to bully. It was just that he knew that his strength was not enough, and he had to accept the fact that he was being bullied. He directly threw the point card in his hand to Su Yang. Sun Ji and Zhang Wei also gritted their teeth and threw the point cards in their hands to Su Yang. At this moment, they had no other choice. That's more like it. Behave yourselves. Otherwise, I won't have to make a move, and you won't have to take a beating. Su Yang stretched out his hand and received the point cards of the three people. Then, his own point card appeared in his hand. After inputting profound energy into the point card in his hand, a wave of runes instantly fluctuated out. A strange aura spread out, and then, one by one, it stuck to the point cards of Wu Qingfeng, Sun Ji, and Zhang Wei. Walala. Just as Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei had pained expressions, the points on their point cards directly landed on Su Yang's point card. The three of their point cards had already shown 0. On Su Yang's point card, the number 330 was already displayed. This meant that Su Yang alone had successfully robbed at least 32 people of their points. Seeing that the points on his point card had increased again, a smile appeared on Su Yang's face. Then, he directly threw the point cards of the 3 people on the ground without any trace of politeness. Following that, his gaze suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu. The corner of his mouth raised, and he coldly said in a deep voice, "Brat, the 3 of them have already handed over their point cards. Why don't you take the initiative to do so?" Chapter 208. Seeing that the points on his card had increased again, Su Yang revealed a smile on his face. Then, he threw the points cards of the 3 people on the ground without any hesitation. His gaze suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said in a cold voice, "Kid, the 3 of them have already handed in their points. Why don't you take the initiative to hand over your points card? Third brother, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." Sun Ji leaned to the side and whispered to Du Xiaofu, "Don't lose out just because of your points. We'll think of another way in the future. Quickly hand it over to them. Third brother, don't lose out. We'll think of another way in the future." Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei also whispered to Du Xiaofu, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Du Xiaofu looked at Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji beside him and smiled slightly. His gaze indicated that the 3 of them did not need to worry. Then, he took 2 steps forward. Finally, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on Su Yang. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "I won't hand over my points card because I don't plan to give it to you. In addition, I already know how to transfer points. Now you can return the points of my dorm's eldest, second, and fourth brother. While you're at it, leave your points card behind and scram. Did I hear wrongly? Is this kid looking for a beating?" As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the entire place suddenly became silent. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji's gazes suddenly trembled as they fell on Du Xiaofu's body. "Ha ha ha, Su Yang, that kid doesn't put you in his eyes at all. He thinks you're an embroidered pillow." The brown-clothed youth, Peng Gang, was stunned when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. Then, he laughed loudly at Su Yang. "Kid, you've got some guts. Congratulations, you've pissed me off." Su Yang's face stiffened. He ignored Peng Gang and waved his hand slightly. He said to the 3 youths beside him, "Go, let that kid know the consequences of pissing me off. Don't worry, Senior Su Yang. We'll make him regret it." The 3 youths rubbed their fists, and their figures immediately walked out. Profound energy surged, and with a stomp of their feet, they directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Chi-chi! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, everyone's eyes were suddenly dazzled, and then a low muffled sound rang out. Bang! 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 After 3 muffled sounds, the 3 figures flashed and were sent flying. The 3 figures shot out explosively, and landed heavily on the ground of the courtyard. Poochie! The 3 youths who had attacked Du Xiaofu were sent flying and crashed to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and struggled for a while, but they still couldn't get up. "It's always been me snatching people. You actually dare to snatch from me? You're really unlucky." A faint voice rang out, and a figure appeared in front of Su Yang like a ghost. At this moment, Su Yang was like a rabbit in front of a tiger, unable to escape at all. Before he could even react, a fist smashed into his face. Bang! This punch immediately flipped Su Yang over. His body was lifted off the ground and flipped in a circle, and then he fell straight to the ground. "Ah!" Su Yang screamed, and in an instant blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, along with bloody broken teeth. Half of his face immediately swelled up like a bun. It was so swollen that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. The next time you want to snatch someone, you must be careful. Not everyone can be snatched by you. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Su Yang. He took a step forward and fiercely stomped on Su Yang's chest, causing Su Yang's chest to rise and fall. His throat coughed, and blood flowed out from his mouth. At this moment, on his already pale face, the sneer in his eyes had already turned into horror. Su Yang never thought that the purple-robed youth in front of him would be so terrifying at such a young age. What made him most afraid was that this youth's attack was much more ferocious than the guy he provoked in the assessment. He didn't show any mercy, as if he didn't have any scruples at all. Huff huff. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. They were flabbergasted, and their jaws dropped in shock for a long time. Boss, number 2, number 4, I'll give those 3 points to you. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he bent down and took the points card that Su Yang had not taken back from him. Following the pattern, Du Xiaofu took out his own points card. After inputting profound qi into his own points card, the runes spread out, and the 2 points cards stuck together. Du Xiaofu's points card, which originally showed 10 points, immediately rose to 340 points. Then, under everyone's trembling eyes, Du Xiaofu actually took out the Qiankun bag from Su Yang's chest and directly put it into his own. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch Su Yang's Qiankun bag as well. You can't take my Qiankun bag. That's against the Academy's rules. Su Yang's mouth was dripping with blood as he spoke. He stared at Du Xiaofu with a pained look in his eyes. His face was filled with shock. This youth actually dared to snatch the Qiankun bag. The Academy's rules stated that during this month, only points were allowed. What rules? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Since you want to snatch my points, it's only right for you to pay a price. It's not like I want your life. Du Xiaofu ignored Su Yang's words and stomped his foot on Su Yang's chest, causing Su Yang to be in an incomparably miserable state. After which, as though it was only right and proper, he said indifferently, "You guys tried to rob me the moment I arrived at Tianwu Academy. You scared me to death. Taking your Qiankun bag can be considered as helping me get over my shock. Collecting points." Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei regained their senses. Forcefully suppressing the shock in their hearts, they immediately picked up their respective point cards that Su Yang had thrown onto the ground. Finally, they separately searched for the point cards of the other 3 youths that had long been beaten up by Du Xiaofu to the point where they couldn't even crawl up. They began to plunder the points within their point cards. Walala! Sun Ji and the other 2's point cards, which were originally at 0, immediately became 30 points. From the looks of it, these 3 youths were snatching points from Su Yang. While Su Yang was eating the meat, they were drinking the soup as well. Not good. Seeing this, Peng Gang, who was standing by the side, was shocked. Su Yang didn't even have the strength to resist, and his strength was on par with Su Yang. Thus, he didn't dare to stay here. After regaining his senses, he immediately fled. He didn't want to be implicated as well. After all, that purple-robed brat even snatched his Qiankun bag. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Stay. As his indifferent voice faded, a figure flashed, like an afterimage streaking across the air. Following which, a figure passed through the air and appeared in front of Ping Gang, who had just turned to flee. Like lightning, at a speed that Ping Gang couldn't defend against, a kick landed on Ping Gang's lower abdomen. Chi! Ping Gang's body was instantly sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Numerous cracks appeared around his body. The 3 of you, hand over your point cards. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. Du Xiaofu didn't even look at the 3 youths who came with Ping Gang. Then, he turned to Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji and said, "Boss, number 2, number 4, I'll leave these 3's point cards to you." As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu walked towards Ping Gang, who was sent flying by the kick. At this moment, Ping Gang was already struggling to stand up. His injuries didn't seem to be as serious as Su Yang's. Seeing Du Xiaofu walking towards him, Ping Gang gritted his teeth. His eyes twitched fiercely and his hand seals suddenly changed. He activated his martial veins and a runic glow appeared behind his back. He was about to activate his arterial spirit. Seeing that Ping Gang was about to activate his arterial spirit, Du Xiaofu stopped in his tracks and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. Du Xiaofu wanted to know what this youth's arterial spirit was and whether it was anything extraordinary. He heard that this fellow originally had the strength to become an official student of Tianwu Academy. Roar! In an instant, Ping Gang's arterial spirit was activated. Runes flashed and dazzled, causing the ground to tremble. It was a huge gray ape with a ferocious appearance. Runes flowed all over its body. It raised its head and let out a long roar. Its voice was like thunder as it pounded its chest. It was as though it was alive, and its aura was capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. So the arterial spirit is the Herculean demonic ape. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The Herculean demonic ape was in existence on the earthly beast ranking and was extremely extraordinary. It was no wonder that this fellow wanted to activate his arterial spirit. Boom! In a short period of time, the pulse soul Herculean demon ape leaped out and directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. An astonishing aura swept out and soared into the sky, causing the gazes of Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, Jiang Wei and the rest to immediately become tense. Du Xiaofu's face was calm and even had a slight smile on it. This smile was accompanied by a faint golden glow in his eyes, revealing a domineering aura. Just as the Herculean demonic ape vein spirit was charging over, Du Xiaofu suddenly moved. He opened up his 5 fingers and slapped towards the Herculean demonic ape. Walala! As Du Xiaofu's hand slapped out, a faint golden glow surged and a domineering aura suddenly erupted. The powerful wind energy directly caused the air to produce a clear sonic boom. Du Xiaofu's light slap, regardless of speed or pressure, far surpassed Ping Gang. After which, his hand slapped the Herculean demonic ape vein spirit with lightning speed. Walala! Immediately, the Herculean demonic ape vein spirit was smashed into symbol fragments. It was unstoppable, domineering and ferocious. Ugh! Ping Gang spat out another mouthful of blood when his vein spirit shattered. Before he could even lift his head, fear suddenly gushed out from his heart. The purple-robed young man had appeared in front of him like a ghost at this moment. The pair of deep eyes on his resolute and determined face caused him to deeply feel that the young man was incomparably sharp, intimidating, and domineering. At the same time, Ping Gang's pupils shrunk. A fist had already arrived in front of his eyes and he was unable to block it. Bang! Ping Gang's face suffered a punch. Under the impact of the huge force, his body directly fell to the ground. His head was almost inserted into a crack in the ground. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by white foam and falling teeth. His body could no longer climb back up. Du Xiaofu leaned forward and took out a points card and a Qianquan bag from Ping Gang's chest. The Qianquan bag was kept in Du Xiaofu's chest and the points on the points card were transferred to Du Xiaofu's own points card. This caused the original 340 points on the card to immediately soar to 680 points like a rocket. It's already 5 in the morning. Chapter 209. Hand over your points cards. Seeing this, Sun Ji, Jiang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng immediately rushed to the side of the other 3 youths who had come with Ping Gang. At this moment, the 3 youths had seen the wretched fates of the 5 people lying on the ground. How could they dare to refuse? They immediately pulled out the points cards in their hands and handed them over to Sun Ji and the other 2. Amidst the pained and regretful expressions of the 3 youths, the points cards in the hands of Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Jiang Wei immediately rose to 60 points, while the points cards in their hands dropped to 0. Du Xiaofu stowed the points cards in his hands away in satisfaction, then smiled in satisfaction. Clapping his hands, he said to the people lying on the ground, "You can all scram now. Hurry up and leave." Su Yang and Ping Gang could not even stand up. Only with the support of the other youths did they leave in a panic and fear. To them, they would never have imagined that not only would the points they had snatched be used as a wedding dress for someone else, even the Qianquan bags on their bodies would be snatched away. The strength of the purple-robed youth in this dormitory was actually terrifying to such an extent. This was illogical. With that level of talent and strength, How could he possibly become an unnamed student? At this moment, those youths felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not want to stay in this dormitory courtyard any longer, lest their Qiankuan bags be snatched away as well. Su Yang and Ping Gang were counter-snatched. It seems like the two of them were also beaten half to death. Ping Gang and Su Yang, those two bastards, have finally kicked a steel plate. I wonder who that purple-robed youth is, to actually be so strong. Outside the courtyard, among the spectating youths in the distance, quite a number of surprised discussions could be heard. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei's gazes were once again firmly fixed upon Du Xiaofu, sizing him up from head to toe as if they had seen a ghost. They had never imagined that this old third before them would actually be so terrifyingly strong. "Third brother, you keep telling me how you became a right-in student. With your talent and strength, isn't it more than enough to become an official student?" After a while, Zhang Wei asked Du Xiaofu in a small hall in the courtyard of the dormitory. He could see that with old third's strength, those who were near the front among the new students would find it difficult to compare with old third. Du Xiaofu smiled and replied to Zhang Wei, "I came here for some special reasons. I'll tell you in detail when I have time." The three of them nodded, and no one asked any more questions. Sun Ji then looked at Du Xiaofu and said gratefully, "Third brother, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, our points wouldn't have been returned." "Thank you, third brother." Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei's faces were also filled with gratitude. This time, not only did they get their points back, they even earned an additional 50 points. That was equivalent to 10 months of basic points for a right-in student. An official student of Tianwu Academy only had 50 basic points for a month. "You're welcome. We're from the same dormitory, so it's natural for us to take care of one another." Du Xiaofu smiled. Sun Ji was overjoyed. "With third brother in our dormitory, no one will dare to bully us anymore. Third brother, I saw you take Su Yang and Ping Gang's Jiankuan pouches. According to the Academy's rules, you are not allowed to snatch anything other than points. Won't you attract trouble by doing this?" Wu Qingfeng's face was filled with worry for Du Xiaofu. "It shouldn't be a big deal." Du Xiaofu replied nonchalantly. In any case, he didn't wish to stay in Tianwu Academy for too long. Thus, he didn't care about being punished by the Academy. After which, he turned to Sun Ji and asked, "Fourth brother, you're the most well-informed here. Can you do me a favor?" "Third brother, speak your mind. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely do it for you." Sun Ji almost patted his chest and promised. "I want to find 2 seniors in Tianwu Academy, but I don't know their whereabouts. There's no other news either." Du Xiaofu said to Sun Ji, "Don't worry, I'll try my best to find out. It shouldn't be difficult to find 2 people in the academy, as long as I have their names. I'll think of a way to find out their whereabouts tomorrow." Sun Ji replied. A day passed, and the sky turned dark. In a room in the courtyard of the dormitory, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on his bed as thoughts drifted through his mind. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the little tiger were nowhere to be found. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel worried. Also, in terms of cultivation, Du Xiaofu knew that his current strength was far from sufficient. If he couldn't become a true expert, it would be difficult for him to meet his mother and younger sister in this lifetime. Even with the unfathomable strength of his drunkard father, he wasn't able to shake the power behind his mother. It wasn't hard for Du Xiaofu to imagine how powerful that power was. "I hope that they'll be fine," Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. A faint golden glow flickered in his deep eyes, and it seemed as though there were runes dancing in his pupils. "Who?" A moment later, Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Forming hand seals, he began to regulate his breathing. His injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, and it was best for him to recover as soon as possible. As Du Xiaofu regulated his breathing, a faint golden halo enveloped his body. Faint golden strands of energy swam around him, creating an extremely profound sight. Under the moonlight, the mountain peaks leaned against each other, as if they were sleeping peacefully under the hazy moonlight. The moonlight was like silk, and the mountain peaks were radiant. The treetops were swaying in the wind, and it was like a fairyland. Bastard, I'll never let that brat go! In a room in a courtyard on a mountain peak, a slightly plump youth was leaning against the bed with an ashen face. It seemed that he couldn't even sit up straight. His face was deathly pale, and there were still some bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. In the room, there was also a girl with short braids. She was 16 or 17 years old, and was somewhat similar to the slightly plump youth. Her face was delicate and pretty, and she had 2 short braids. Her figure was rather round, but she looked very cute. Under her slender eyelashes, her big eyes were like black gems. She looked at the slightly plump youth and said, "Third brother, you should just forget it. You're not Du Xiaofu's opponent. If he hadn't held back today, your injuries wouldn't just be like this. Second sister, are we just going to let that brat off after injuring me? He embarrassed me in front of so many people. I definitely won't let him off." The slightly plump youth's eyes were filled with rage, and there was a chill in them. The 2 of them were the first place of the freshman examination, Qing Yan, and the 4th place, Qing Chao. Qing Chao was severely injured by Du Xiaofu, and every time he thought about it, he would feel even more furious. That brat named Du Xiaofu actually didn't put him in his eyes, and he couldn't take this lying down. Sigh. Third brother, this isn't the royal palace, it's Tianwu Academy. You don't have a choice. You might be talented, but Tianwu Academy is a place where geniuses gather. Even though we managed to obtain 1st and 4th place in the freshman examination, that's only the result of the examination. It's different from the result of actual combat. Even though some of the students ranked low in the examination, they might not necessarily be weak. Today, Du Xiaofu can prove that Tianwu Academy isn't just famous for being filled with geniuses. Qing Yan looked at Qing Chao, and her sparkling eyes flickered. I don't know about the others, but this time, both Du Qi and Du Yunqin from the Du clan are here. With their strength, I might not be able to do anything to them. Humph, this Du clan is getting more and more impudent. One day, I'll teach them a lesson. At the mention of the Du clan, a cold glint flashed across Qing Chao's eyes. Third brother, there are some words that you shouldn't speak recklessly. Especially since you're a prince, you should think carefully about your words and actions. Otherwise, how can you convince the masses in the future? Qing Yan looked at Qing Chao and said, Half of the reason why Emperor Father sent us to Tianwu Academy is because of you. He hopes that you can unite your own faction in Tianwu Academy. In Tianwu Academy, there are many powers and clans. With the support of others, you'll be able to suppress the other kings and ascend to the throne. Humph, the empire belongs to our Qing family. Do you think that they would dare to rebel? Qing Chao harumphed coldly. So what if it's the Du clan, Xia clan, and the other clans? Among the younger generation, I'm not much weaker than them. Furthermore, we still have Big Sister, so we should be able to suppress them. The Du clan, Xia clan, and the other clans have hidden people as well. They probably won't be released until the time is right. Qing Yan paused for a moment before turning to Qing Chao and saying, Recuperate well. Remember, don't find trouble with Du Xiaofu anymore. He isn't someone you can deal with. After saying those words, Qing Yan left the room. With light steps, she left Qing Chao's room. Humph! I won't let that brat off. I must avenge my humiliation, Qing Chao harumphed coldly. After which, he formed a series of hand seals and began to regulate his breathing. Moonlight filled the entire night sky. Outside the courtyard on the mountain peak, the shadows of the trees in front of him were dancing. A tall and straight young man's body was supported by an arm. On his handsome face, a pair of clear eyes that were so gentle that it seemed as though water was about to drip from them were indifferently looking at the bright moon in the sky. His fine long hair covered his smooth forehead and drooped down to his thick and long eyelashes. He just stood there quietly, but his temperament constantly revealed a noble and elegant temperament. Coupled with his tall and straight figure, it caused his entire person to become even more handsome. Suddenly, the tall and straight youth said to an older girl beside him, Today, that brat's strength is very frightening. His cultivation method also seems to be very overbearing and extraordinary. This girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a light blue long dress. She had a rosy and moving face, and a pair of watery eyes retracted from the shining stars in the sky. She said softly in a soft voice, "A talisman and martial arts dual cultivator is already frightening. He has an even more unfathomable feeling. I don't know where he comes from. Could it be that he's a hidden member of one of the clans? Time is up. Thank you for your support. Continue to ask for flowers. Thank you. Xiao Yu's WeChat public platform has been opened. Search for the official WeChat account Yufeng YF and you can add him. Update times and other issues will be frequently posted on the public platform. In the future, there will be portraits of the characters in the book released one after another." Chapter 210. The noble young man's clear eyes flickered as he muttered, "That brat seems to be surnamed Du as well, could he be?" Hearing this, the young lady's brows furrowed slightly as she said, "Are you thinking about something that happened more than 10 years ago? Back then, that person from the Branch family was so outstanding. It's a pity that he brought great trouble to our Du family in the end, nearly causing a calamity to befall the entire Du family." The noble young man sighed emotionally. "Let's wait and see. There are so many people with the surname Du in this world. If he really is from our Branch family, his talent and strength would be a good thing for our Du family." The young lady's watery eyes rippled as she said softly, "His talent is terrifying. If he really is from that Branch family, I wonder if he will bring calamity to our Du family." The noble young man frowned. "Regardless of whether he is from the main family or a Branch family, we are still one family. No one wanted what happened back then to happen again. No one knows what the outcome was in the end, but I hope to find out in the future. I'll be heading back first. I still want to visit the Tianwu Talisman Zone tomorrow." As soon as her soft voice fell, the young girl turned around and left. Her light blue skirt swirled like a light blue flower. Early in the morning, Tianwu Academy was tranquil. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, the grayish-blue dome gradually dimmed. A soft mist rose from the mountain range, creating a hazy and illusory scene. In the plaza outside the chore house, all of the new in-named students stood neatly. There were at least 3,000 of them, which was no less than the number of new official students. On a stone platform at the head of the square, the slightly plump Jean Yambing was assigning chores to the new registered students one by one. After the new students heard their names and walked out, there would be many registered students from the previous batch beside them to lead them to the platform. Lu Quan, Zhang Ming, Hulai, Qinyi, go help out in the kitchen. Su Song, Yuhui, go help out in the front yard. On a jade token in Jean Yambing's hand were the names of all the in-named students, assigning them various chores. Su Yang, Pengang, Gowan, go help out at the back of the mountain. Jean Yambing called out to Su Yang, Pengang, and Gowan. However, no one stepped forward. Jean Yambing immediately looked up and scanned all the registered students. He said in a deep voice, "Su Yang, Pengang, Gowan. The three of you step forward." The remaining registered students looked at each other, and a commotion broke out. "Third brother, it looks like those fellows were beaten to the point where they can't get up." In the crowd, Sun Ji whispered to Du Xiaofu. His 4 roommates had also gathered early in the morning. Initially, Du Xiaofu didn't intend to come. However, he still had to gather news about his big sister, Ouyang Xuan, Dai Xingyu, and the king's scaled demonic tiger in Tianwu Academy, and he didn't want to complicate matters. In the end, he still decided to come here to broaden his horizons. Senior Jean, Su Yang, Pengang, Gowan, and the others were heavily injured yesterday. I'm afraid they won't be able to get up today. A young man finally replied uneasily when Jean Yambing asked. Heavily injured? What happened? Who told you to get into a fight? Hearing this, Jean Yambing was infuriated. That young man was one of the youths who followed behind Pengang yesterday. He sneaked a glance at the purple-robed young man not too far away and cowered in fear, not daring to speak a word. What happened? Speak! Jean Yanbing bellowed. He was in charge of the miscellaneous affairs and the registered students. Yet a fight broke out here. It was clear that they didn't place him in their eyes. If he didn't punish them severely, it would be difficult for him to manage these registered students in the future. Yes. That young man cowered in fear. Hearing Jean Yanbing's bellow, he gritted his teeth and said, Bengang, Suyang, and the others were robbed of their points yesterday and were heavily injured. Robbed of their points. Hearing those words, Jean Yanbing was taken aback. Robbing of points was a common occurrence in Tianwu Academy, and it was normal for the seniors to rob their points. Most of the seniors were stronger than him, so he didn't dare to offend them. Obviously, when it came to snatching points, Jean Yanbing thought of the actions of the older students. He frowned, but in his heart he thought that this year's older students would even snatch the points of the registered students. This was too unkind. As a registered student, he was already a good-for-nothing. He was equivalent to a handyman. Snatching the points of a handyman was something that no one had done in the past. Jean Yanbing's gaze flickered and his expression softened. Looking at the young man who spoke, Jean Yanbing waved his hand and said, I understand. After which, Jean Yanbing swept his gaze across all of the registered students and said, All of you, remember this well. Don't go out if you have nothing to do this month. Just do what you have to do. If you encounter someone robbing you of your points, just hand over your point card if you don't have the strength to back it up. There's no need for you to suffer physical pain. You are truly foolish. Yes. Hearing those words, all of the registered students nodded their heads helplessly. Many of them secretly glanced at the purple-robed young man in the crowd. The youth who spoke felt even more helpless. Originally, he had mustered up his courage to speak up, and he had some expectations in his heart to see if Senior Jean would stand up for them. Who knew that not only did Senior Jean not stand up for them, he even thought that they were stupid. Jean Yanbing continued to look at the names on the jade token as he assigned the registered students to their chores. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he shouted, Wu Qingfeng, Du Xiaofu, Zhang Wei, the three of you go to the back of the mountain to help out. Third brother, you guys go ahead. I'll think of a way to gather information for you later. Sun Ji whispered to Du Xiaofu. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Du Xiaofu glanced at each other before walking out from the crowd. Following which, a young man who looked to be in his 20s walked up to the four of them and said, Follow me. The back of the mountain was located in the mountain range where Tianwu Academy was located. It was a stretch of mountains where students rarely went. It was covered in lush greenery, and there were quite a few towering trees. When Du Xiaofu, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei followed the young man to the back of the mountain, there were quite a few other registered students who had also arrived at the back of the mountain. This is the back of the mountain. Be careful and don't venture into the depths of the forest. There are often ferocious beasts there, and occasionally, demonic beasts as well. There was once a person who was torn apart by a demonic beast in the back of the mountain. The young man who was leading the way was standing in front of a rock wall that had a flat top and steep sides, as if it was carved out by a blade. He looked at the dense forest behind the rock wall and warned Du Xiaofu, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei. Senior, what do we need to do today? Zhang Wei asked. The young man glanced at the three of them and said, Look at the people beside you. Just like them, the three of you will dig out rocks from the cliff and polish them until they are smooth. There will be samples in front of you, and they need to be of the same size. They will be used to repair the courtyard. The three of you will polish a total of 30 rocks a day, and there will be others who will carry them over. Once you're done, you can return to cultivate. If you can't, you'll have to wait until you're done before returning. This will be the same for the entire month. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu and the other two looked at their surroundings. At this moment, there were quite a few youths who had already started digging out rocks. They had to dig out a large piece of rock from the hard cliff and polish it into a square of 1 chi in diameter. The three of them had to complete 30 rocks a day, and it was definitely an extremely difficult task. The hard rocks were different from ordinary rocks. They were bluestones that were extremely hard, and they had to be polished until they were smooth and square. It was even more troublesome. Who? Wu Qingfeng and Jiang Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was definitely a laborious task, and it was almost comparable to mining for magnetite. You guys can start. If you can't finish, you'll be punished. After the young man who led the way finished speaking, he glanced at the three of them, then turned around and left. Second brother, third brother, let's start. Wu Qingfeng said to Jiang Wei and Du Xiaofu. If we delay, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish. Something's not right. After Du Xiaofu nodded, there was some doubt in his eyes. This was definitely a laborious task. Logically speaking, Jin Yanming should have arranged some easy chores for him since he had accepted his elixir yesterday, and he was also worried about Elder Liao. However, it was not normal for him to arrange such a laborious task. Crack, crack. Wu Qingfeng and Jiang Wei had already started digging out rocks. Wu Qingfeng held a long sword in his hand and infused it with profound energy. The sword flashed, and cracks appeared on the cliff. Whoosh! On the other hand, Jiang Wei held a large curved saber in his hand. The tip of the saber flashed, and as he infused it with profound energy, he also created cracks on the hard cliff. However, even though the two of them used all their strength, they could only leave a crack of about half a foot in the hard cliff. After that, they could not move an inch further. It was easy to cut the rock into pieces, but it was too difficult to dig out a square piece of rock from the hard rock wall. Crack! Not far away, a large number of registered students were digging into the rock. The weapons in their hands were directly broken in the cracks of the rock. Looking at the broken weapons, they all had a pained expression. Rumble! There were also many registered students who dug out rocks and rolled them down the cliff. However, the front of the rocks were big, while the back was sharp and conical. It was impossible to grind them into a square stone, so they could only be scrapped. There were also some who dug out only crushed rocks. It's too difficult. It's not easy to dig at all. Wu Qingfeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even though he infused his profound energy with all his might, the long sword could only pierce half an inch into the hard cliff. It was impossible to dig out a square stone. Chapter 211. What kind of rock is this? Why is it so hard? Jiang Wei swept the curly hair on his forehead to the side and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The curved broadsword in his hand could only leave a half-inch crack in the hard rock. It was unable to dig out the entire rock. Du Xiaofu had yet to make a move. He raised his head and looked at the towering rock wall. Finally, his gaze landed on a huge rock that protruded from the rock wall at a height of tens of meters. His gaze moved slightly. Then, the profound qi under his feet surged. His figure leaped up and immediately climbed up the rock wall. What is Old Third doing? Jiang Wei looked at Du Xiaofu's actions. Then, he and Wu Qingfeng looked at each other. The two of them immediately raised their heads and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was climbing up the rock wall. Quickly look! What is that person doing? He seems to be the person who heavily injured Su Yang and Ping Gang yesterday. What is he trying to do? Many of the registered students in the surroundings were also looking curiously at Du Xiaofu, who was climbing up the rock wall like a gecko. Quickly look! What is that brat trying to do? A few of the older students and youths were originally leisurely watching these new registered students suffer in the distance. Back then, they had also gone through the same thing. Digging out the square rock not only required strength, but also many skills. They purposely did not teach them because they wanted to see these new students suffer a little more. It would balance out the pain they had gone through back then. At this moment, these few older students and youths also raised their heads and looked at the rock wall in front of them. The profound qi under Du Xiaofu's feet surged. After a few dodges, he used the protruding rocks on the rock wall as a foothold. Finally, he approached the huge rock protruding from the rock wall. His feet just happened to land on a protruding rock at the side. After carefully looking at the protruding rock, a slight smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Then, he said to Wu Qingfeng and Jiang Wei below, Big brother, second brother, let everyone back off. I will move this rock down. When the time comes, it will be much easier to polish the square rock. So third brother wants to remove that rock. Zhang Wei understood. He immediately waved to the surrounding registered students and said, "Everyone step back. If the rocks roll down, you will be smashed into meat paste. Everyone, please step back for a moment." Wu Qingfeng immediately waved his hand at the surrounding registered students. When the surrounding registered students saw this, they immediately began to retreat. If that huge rock was really brought down, if someone was hit by it, they would really be smashed into meat paste. However, among the group of registered students, there were quite a number of people who revealed doubtful expressions. Could the purple-robed young man bring down such a huge rock? What is that brat trying to do? Don't tell me he's trying to take down that rock? I'm afraid that even a pulsation realm nirvana realm cultivator would find it difficult to remove that rock. That kid is probably used to being a playboy at home and wants to be in the limelight. You're overestimating yourself. In the distance, a few youths looked at the purple-robed figure on the rock wall in front of them with disdain and contempt in their eyes. Phew! Du Xiaofu looked at the huge rock in front of him. After taking a slight breath, hand seals quickly condensed in his hands. Waves of xianqi flowed in the acupuncture points in his body and finally gathered in the center of his palm. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. In a split second, a shocking aura burst out. Oscillating fist! With a low shout, a pale golden light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu threw a punch directly at the huge rock protruding out in front of him. Bang, bang, bang! The low muffled sound came one after another. There were a total of 13 explosions. The shocking energy waves overlapped with each other, and the aura multiplied. Like a shock wave, it finally landed on the rock. Rumble! When the last punch landed, the hard protruding rock trembled, and the shocking sound of energy impact resounded like thunder. Crack, crack! A large amount of small gravel burst out. At the edge of the huge rock, there were small cracks spreading out. The cracks were getting deeper and thicker. Finally, with a loud bang, the huge protruding rock trembled and finally separated from the rock wall before falling down. Rumble! The sound was like a thunderstorm. The huge rock rolled down like a meteorite. The rumbling sound came from inside and outside the rock wall with echoes. Wherever it passed, there were many cracks on the rock wall. It rolled down, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The momentum was amazing. Crash! From where the huge rock fell, the rock wall cracked. Many rocks fell one after another, as if it was raining rocks around the rock wall. What terrifying strength! Retreat quickly, don't get hit! Many registered students under the rock wall retreated again. The huge rock was hundreds of meters in diameter. It fell from the top, and under the huge impact, it could not stop at all. It shot out broken stones, forcing people to retreat again. How is that kid so strong? Is that rock not strenuous at all? A few seniors in the distance saw this and looked at each other. They were all stunned. When the huge rock finally crushed a series of rocks on the ground, it finally hit a small hill hundreds of meters away and stopped. There were many cracks on the huge rock. It was very easy to cut it down and grind it into square stones. There were also a lot of fallen rocks in the surroundings. There were probably more than 100 of them, and they were large enough to be polished into square stones. They only needed to be polished a little. This is good. It's enough to complete the mission. I'm afraid it'll be enough for a few days. Wu Qingfeng smiled. It was much more convenient now. Third brother's strength is really terrifying. Zhang Wei's jaw dropped in astonishment for a long time. The surrounding registered students looked at each other. After the shock, they looked at Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei with envy. The falling rocks were enough for the 3 of them to complete the mission easily. They were afraid that it would be difficult for them to complete the mission, and they would be punished in the end. Senior, can you help us get some rocks down? We'll be very grateful. Yes, Senior, please help us. One by one, the registered students looked up at Du Xiaofu, who was still on the rock wall. A few of the braver ones begged Du Xiaofu, hoping to get some help. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete the mission today and would definitely be punished. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he looked at the surrounding rock walls. There were still many huge protruding rocks. The rocks below should have been hollowed out by someone over the years. If there was enough force, they could even fall down. Okay, I'll give it a try, Du Xiaofu said to the registered students below. His figure swept out, and after 2 leaps, he arrived in front of a huge protruding rock. Bang! 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 Then, a series of low-energy sonic booms resounded. In front of the rock wall, there was an unceasing rain of rocks. Large pieces of rocks fell from the rock wall, and large pieces of rock cracked. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, shaking the earth and mountains. The sound waves swept into the distance, and it felt as though the entire rock wall was about to be destroyed. That lad must be a monster! When the seniors saw this sight, their eyes were filled with shock. The young man's figure flashed across the rock wall, and wherever he passed, huge rocks would fall down. Not too long later, a huge pile of rocks was piled up at the bottom of the rock wall. They only needed to be slightly polished before they could become square stones. Tianwu Academy was filled with lush trees and exotic flowers. Amidst the mountain peaks, there were towers on both sides with intricately carved sills. They were hidden between the trees, and they exuded an ancient aura. It's easy to just help out in the kitchen. I should sneak out and help Old Third to gather information. On the limestone floor, Sunji dashed out. The kitchen wasn't strict, so it wasn't difficult for him to sneak out. Junior, welcome to Tianwu Academy. At this moment, a faint laughter was heard. Then, 5 figures slowly appeared in front of Sunji. There were 4 males and 1 female. The female walked in the center, and she had a beautiful appearance. The one who spoke was a young man dressed in yellow, and he seemed to be in his early 20s. The other 3 were of similar age, and they were dressed in bright clothes. Sunji lifted his head and looked at the 5 people before him. His gaze immediately turned grim. He bowed and greeted. Greetings, seniors. You sure know your manners. Hand over your points. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes looked at Sunji with a hint of mockery on his face. Seniors, I'm just a registered student. I don't have any points. Sunji's expression turned grim. He didn't expect to encounter seniors robbing him of his points the moment he stepped out. If it was yesterday, he would only get 10 points. However, it was different today. There were 60 points in his points card, and he couldn't bear to part with them. Kiki, that lad is smart. However, this trick won't work anymore. That lad also said that he's just a registered student, but after we taught him a lesson, he became obedient. Does he think that we are easy to fool? A young man dressed in luxurious clothes sneered. I'm really a registered student. Sunji was on the verge of tears. He didn't expect that there would be a freshman who pretended to be a registered student in order to avoid being robbed. Cut the crap. If he doesn't hand it over, we'll teach him a lesson. We'll let these rookies know the traditions of our Tianwu Academy so that they will know the rules in the future. The 4th young man spoke. His profound chi fluctuated slightly, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. He was about to make a move. Thank you, I'm not raining season for tipping 1888 Chasing Waves coins. Thank you, brother 18630622631 for tipping 7,776 Chasing Waves coins. Thank you. As I had a small activity with my book friends at 8 and 9 tonight, I ended up running slightly behind schedule. Thus, this chapter was delayed by half an hour. My apologies. After reading the previous chapter, the number of fresh flowers increased significantly. It seemed that my brothers and sisters still doted on Xiaoyu. Thank you. Chapter 212. Now I've fallen. Going out is really unfavorable. Sunji's eyes twitched. He knew that he didn't have the strength to contend with these seniors. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. It was better than being trampled. He reluctantly took out his points card and said, "Here are the points." "Humph, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Profound energy surged beneath the feet of the young man who spoke last. He didn't seem to move, but his figure appeared in front of Sunji like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, a suction force gushed out from his palm and directly sucked the points card in Sunji's hand into his own. Then, he fiercely kicked Sunji's body. Bang! Sunji's body was directly kicked away and smashed into the ground over 10 meters away. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out from his mouth. "Junior Inglan, the points in this point card are for you. When the time comes, you can cultivate and comprehend for a period of time within the Heaven Martial Talisman stage and make a breakthrough as soon as possible." The young man handed Sunji's point card to the beautiful girl in the middle of the crowd. "Thank you very much, senior." The beautiful woman faintly smiled. Her skin was fair, and her appearance was beautiful. However, there was a cold and arrogant aura between her brows. She took the points card from the young man and began to plunder his points. Suddenly, the girl's expression darkened slightly. She said softly, 60 points. This kid is indeed dishonest. He's not a registered student at all. Looks like the new students now really don't put us seniors in their eyes. Looks like we need to make an example out of him." The young man in luxurious clothes who was originally speaking saw the displeased expression on the beautiful girl's face and immediately grasped the opportunity to show off. "Let him remember. Next time, he has to be more honest with us seniors. Don't be too heavy-handed. After all, we're seniors too. Just a little training is enough," the beautiful girl said indifferently. At this moment, Sunji's point card with 0 points was directly thrown to the ground. "Don't worry, I'll definitely let him remember." Seeing that the beautiful woman had agreed, a smile appeared on the young man's face. Then, he turned around and looked at Sunji, who had already gotten up. He unsheathed his sword and walked forward step by step. He sneered, "Brat, you're not being honest. Seniors, I'm really not lying. I'm really an in-name student." Sunji retreated step by step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "How can a registered student get 60 points? Do you think I'm stupid?" The corners of the young man's lips curled up. The moment he finished speaking, he moved and instantly appeared in front of Sunji. With lightning speed, he kicked Sunji's stomach and sent him flying. Poochie! Fresh blood spurted out from Sunji's mouth as he once again smashed onto the ground. Before he could get up, a foot had already landed on his chest. Ah! At the same time, a dazzling sword light flashed from the corner of Sunji's eyes. Then, a sharp pain came from his ears. Blood spurted out, and he couldn't help but scream. "Haha, now you can always remember to respect your seniors. Next time, you have to be more obedient." The young man laughed loudly. His eyes were full of ridicule and contempt. He didn't put Sunji in his eyes at all. "Let's go. I don't like to see blood." The beautiful woman indifferently glanced at Sunji, who was dripping with blood on the ground. Then, she turned around and said to the other young men beside her, "Senior Zhu, Senior Zhang, let's go. Okay, let's go find the next one. Those rookies are all hiding. How stupid. Do they think we won't be able to find them if they hide? What a joke. Those rookies should be taught a lesson." The 5 of them left, leaving behind a bloody Sunji lying on the ground. His left ear had been cut off, and blood was dripping from it. His clothes were dyed red, and his face was pale. The 2 kicks to his stomach also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. A moment later, Sunjitsai struggled to get up. Trembling, he picked up his points card and his bloody left ear. Looking in the direction the 5 people had left, his body trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Du Xiaofu's fist smashed onto the rocks, causing them to tremble and crack. More and more rocks fell, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. It was as if the entire cliff was about to be destroyed. That brat must be a pervert. That brat must have transformed from a demonic beast. Too terrifying, that brat's strength is actually so terrifying. In the distance, when the older students and young men saw this scene, their eyes trembled with shock. That young man's figure flashed across the stone wall, his fists dancing in the air. The hard stone wall was like tofu, and huge rocks kept falling down. It didn't take long before the rocks piled up like a small hill. They just needed to be polished a little and they would turn into square stones. Senior, it's enough. It's enough. Senior, let's stop and rest for a while. It's enough. After the many registered students below recovered from their shock, they looked at the mountain of rocks in front of them and said loudly, "Phew!" Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. After a few flashes on the stone wall, he landed lightly outside the stone wall. Looking at the mountain of rocks on the ground, he clapped his hands and revealed a smile on his face. After last night's meditation, his injuries had recovered a little. "Third brother, you're amazing. It's much easier now." Zhang Wei stepped forward and stood in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were still filled with shock. "With so many rocks, I'm afraid it's enough to complete the mission for many days." Wu Qingfeng also came to Du Xiaofu's side. After the shock in his eyes, he smiled foolishly. "Big brother, second brother, I'll leave the rest to you. I want to walk around," Du Xiaofu said to Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei. "No problem. Go ahead. We'll be able to complete the mission in a while." Wu Qingfeng nodded. The most difficult step had been completed. The next step was to grind the rocks into squares. It was very simple and easy to complete. Naturally, Du Xiaofu did not need to do it again. "Don't worry. Just leave it to us. You've already completed the most difficult part," Zhang Wei said. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked around and walked toward the exit. The registered students around him were very grateful. Those who did not know Du Xiaofu's name all called him senior. "Where do you want to go? You can't leave before you finish the square stone." At the exit not far away, a few young men jumped out. They looked like the previous batch of registered students. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was about to leave, they immediately blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the young men. Using his mind power, he found that these young men were all in the initial stage of the pulsation realm. Given their age, they were all in their early 20s and were in the initial stage of the pulsation realm. In fact, they were already extremely powerful. However, compared to the registered students of Tianwu Academy, these young men were far weaker. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Judging from the situation of LV Jiaxue, Zhan Yu, and the others, the previous batch of Tianwu Academy's registered students were all in the pulsation realm, nirvana realm, and pinnacle pulsation realm. The right-in students and formal students from the previous batch should have entered Tianwu Academy at the same time. Based on the situation of this batch, their cultivation should have been around the same level from the start. There were even some who had the strength to enter the top 3,000. It was just that they were unlucky and were accidentally eliminated. However, in just 3 short years, the difference between the two parties was already huge. Under the same level of talent, cultivation resources and time are extremely important. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart, but he also thought that perhaps these registered students would secretly compete with the official students in the beginning. But after a long time, he was afraid that under the environment of registered students, their state of mind would gradually change. In the end, he decided to go all out. In any case, he was just a registered student, and could not be compared to an official student. With such a mentality, he was afraid that even his original fighting spirit would be obliterated in the end. His comprehension of cultivation would be even more hindered, and he would not be able to go far on the road of cultivation in the future. "The 3 of us will earn a total of 30 cubes a day. We just have to complete it when the time comes. Why can't I leave for a while?" Du Xiaofu looked at the young men and asked. For some reason, the young men didn't dare to look at Du Xiaofu. After witnessing how terrifying the young man before them was, they didn't dare to provoke him. However, as registered students from the previous cohort, they had been waiting for a new batch of rookies for a long time. When the time came, they would be able to relax a lot. Many of the chores would naturally be handed over to the new registered students to do. At that moment, The young men looked at each other and thought to themselves. If they couldn't even suppress a rookie on the first day, they probably wouldn't be able to control the new batch of rookies in the future. Who would listen to them? One of the young men in the middle thought to himself. Even if the young man before them was powerful, would he dare to make a move on them? If the rookie dared to make a move on them on the first day, the world would be turned upside down. At that time, all the registered students from the previous cohort would probably band together against a common enemy. They wouldn't let the kid go. Thinking of that, the young man became a lot braver. He gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at Du Xiaofu. He said, "Kid, this is against the rules. It won't be too late to leave after you complete 30 cubes." Bang! Just as the young man's voice fell, a muffled sound was heard. The young man's body was sent flying a few meters away and fell heavily on the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Now can I leave?" Du Xiaofu said indifferently and strode away. The other young men were shocked. They didn't dare to stop him and quickly moved away. "Xiao Yu will continue to explode today. Brothers, you won't hurt Xiao Yu again, right? The explosion 2 days ago caused 7 flowers to bloom. I still have lingering fears. I'll continue to write. It just so happens that a small plot is coming. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.